initial technical glitches will go away. I see this fitting for this kind of conference. I'll be very short so that I can give more space to the keynote speaker. Thanks everyone for joining us today for this consecutive conference on foreign authoritarian disinformation in Southeast Europe. We've gathered great colleagues from the region, from Greece, Bulgaria, and Romania. We'll hear from them in the course of the day. I would like to start by thanking our partners from the European Commission, from USAID and the National Republican Institute for supporting our efforts. And we look forward to continuing what CSD has been doing or started doing back in 2008. If many of you remember the unfortunate reset or reload as it was done between the US and the Russian administration at that point. I think everyone heard yesterday the speech of Putin, essentially repeating all the favorite talking points or propaganda points or disinformation points about the labs, about NATO's expansion, and about how they actually defending and not really waging a war, how they're stopping the war. So it was really a nice list of everything that's out there. But let me say why we think we should be focusing on Southeast Europe and on us, because essentially it's always about resilience. And I have to say that there are certain vulnerabilities that are quite unique, although I think in that respect we are facing that threat across Europe. And I would like to put this in a perspective that CSD usually looks at, which is from the point of view of media capture and from the point of view of economic presence. So the factors that actually enhance this centralized disinformation. And mind you, about a decade ago, this wasn't seen as a problem on global and European scale. And it did exist already at that time. So we are just now turning to our attention towards that. And I'm happy that the EU actually did take quite a vigorous dynamic stance. And we saw the first report that I think we'll hear from Sabrina Spieler from the East Stratcom task force that they produced. And I think the EU actually got on top of things in that respect pretty quickly. And I hope that we'll be able to contribute with that. Let me just mention a couple of pointers here for what these enablers mean. And I think here in Bulgaria, we've seen them, how this very centralized propaganda, disinformation coming from the Kremlin, being reinforced by media outlets that are not necessarily directly owned by the Kremlin or Russia, but also are enhanced by the political or government circles in the region. I mean, many of those points are at least not actively tackled or actively opposed by the mainstream parties or governments in the region, and in particular in this country. And we've seen a lot of such disinformation talk coming from parties represented in parliament. And somehow what we would like to work on in building resilience is actually developing those institutions and processes that will help us defend democratic institutions from that disinformation, but at the same time uphold the rule of law and freedom of speech, because this is the really tricky question. Actually being able to act on that disinformation, but at the same time prevent it from being used by the government or abused by the governments for censorship purposes. And in that respect, I think there is another very important point to mention, and that's the cognitive capture we've seen all throughout the region, but in particularly in countries like Bulgaria, the very positive, trustworthy image of the Kremlin regime in this particular case that has been embedded in the social psyche, in the attitudes of of the population, which has been reinforced then by political parties trying to get these votes in exactly this manner by repeating the disinformation narratives that come from the Kremlin. So these were my points. I would like to just conclude by saying that it's not just the sheer size of disinformation that is coming our way, which I think has been, of course, amplified by the advent and proliferation of social media, social networks, which we still grapple with how to not just regulate, but how to also use and how to debate on them. But also it's been underpinned by very heavy economic dependence. I mean, many of you have seen in particular, and I hope that there will be discussion about the Russia's energy projects, the different monopolies or quasi-monopolies that we've seen, and these have helped actually concentrate that power and that message. With that, let me welcome you again, everyone, and thank you for your participation in today's conference at CSD, and I look forward to a really fruitful discussion. And now I'd like to turn the floor to Sabrina Spieleder, Information and Communications Officer from the Stratcom Task Force at the European External Action Service. I know Sabrina from her time in the German Foreign Ministry, and it's great to see you, Sabrina, although you couldn't be today with us. But it's a fantastic job that the Stratcom is doing, and I hope that we will expand that best practice and actually be able to build those institutions all across the EU. Sabrina, the floor is yours. Thank you. Sabrina, we can't hear you. I mean, if you could just see if we can figure this out, or if you can unmute yourself. Not sure what's the issue there. We see you, but we can't hear you. And I guess it's on our side because we did have some issues with linking the sound from from Zoom to that.
I will just try to continue speaking and hope.
Yes, we can hear you well now. So okay. Please go ahead.
Amazing. Yes, I do apologize that I couldn't be there with you all in the room, which would have avoided some of the usual technical issues. I want to thank you very much for the invitation to speak to all of you who are in the room and who are joining online. It's really a pleasure and good to see you again. It's been a while. So my name's Sabrina Spieleder. I'm indeed part of the EES Stratcom division, and my main focus has been the policy development and the cooperation with our stakeholders on what is commonly called disinformation. I will tell you why we call it something different. I think we all understand that there's different dimensions to this issue. It's a democratic issue, it's a societal issue, it's a security issue. It has many dimensions. But also, when we look at the problem itself, at the threat itself, that is so clear when we, as was mentioned, when we look at Putin's speech of yesterday, it has an underbelly. What we see mostly and what the public sees is the content that is already there. When the content is there, it's already a little bit harder to mitigate the impact of what we're seeing. So what we've really tried to do is understand, how does it work? How is it set up? And that comes with all the manipulation that lies beneath us. The content is very important because that's what our citizens see. That is what we need to address through strategic communication, awareness raising. But what we also need to do is understand what kind of tactics are being employed so that we can have responses that also address this. We all know about the bot farms, we know about the troll armies, we know about fake websites, we know about impersonation. All of these need to be seen together so that we can find effective responses to this ever-changing threat. We've seen a shift over the couple of years in how things are being done. I get repeated questions about the impact of new technology like deepfakes, like automated speech-to-text generation. All of these things need to be kept in mind when we really want to find effective responses to this threat. And it is for many years, we've seen it predominantly as a societal threat and as a threat to our democracy, which it is. But now, through Russia's use of information manipulation and disinformation as a coordinated and strategic tool in its war of aggression against Ukraine, we also see that it has a severe impact on our security. And that is why we are all really trying to work together. And I know sometimes the EU institutions are not seen as the most effective cooperators, but we are on this file, definitely, I can attest to that, because we have different instruments at our disposal. And now I will expand a little bit from what we do in the EU institutions, and then also looking at something that is very dear to our heart, which is the whole of society cooperation. So within the EU institutions, we've really, and thank you so much for mentioning that, I think we have made some important steps forward. That is the work of the EAS. We were set up in 2015 with only a couple of people in the East Stratcom task force. We've now grown to a very significant size, I would say, dealing with different issues. We're still dealing with the Eastern Partnership to support them, and we're still dealing with Russia as an actor. But we're also having teams in place that are experts on disinformation and information manipulation targeting our other neighborhoods like the Western Balkans and the MENA region. We're also looking at other actors like China as an information manipulation actor, which we've seen during the COVID-19 pandemic, and we've reported publicly on this as well. But we're also expanding our efforts to support our delegations on the ground and our CSDP missions and operations, because they are our voices in the regions. They can amplify our messages. They can provide factual information in a regional context. And this is really something that we're investing in a lot. But this is only us. And we're only, I say only in inverted commas, we're only looking at foreign actors. As the EAS, we have a mandate to look at foreign actors that try to undermine and manipulate our societies and our civic discourse. But there's also other avenues that we are walking along. That is, for example, with the European Commission, the Digital Services Act. There's also the Code of Practice on Disinformation, which has provided a good basis for further progress. All of these things come together, and that's only the Commission and the EAS. In the European Parliament, we have the INGI Committee, the Special Committee on Foreign Interference in all democratic processes, including disinformation. And of course, we have the EU member states with whom we have been working for years and years, really, since we've been established. But this cooperation has grown closer and closer because obviously we're all trying to build our respective capabilities to understand what is happening and to be able to respond across a range of instruments. And those can be at the level of the European Union, but also at the level of the EU member states. And working together is really important, especially now, for example, when we're looking at the 24th of February, where we need to be coordinated in what we're highlighting. How are we addressing this date? Can we work together to make a bigger impact than we all could individually in commemorating this day and putting out the facts about what happened on the 24th of February in 2022. And that, again, is only the European Union. I'm very proud to say that I've been there for a couple of years now with a couple of more gray hair. But the cooperation between the EU institutions and the EU member states is really at the heart of what we're doing. But we're not alone. We have international partners, and you can think of the usual suspects like the G7, like NATO, but we also have other partners who are increasingly interested in working with us, with the European Union, and together as an international community. And of course, there's other stakeholders that we might not think of. But for example, at the United Nations level, there is now a process ongoing to develop a code of conduct on information integrity. All of these partners are working on the issue from different angles with different instruments at their disposal. And of course, we may not forget civil society, who is one of the key stakeholders that we see. There's a lot of important research being done by NGOs and think tanks, research that is done over months and that provides important information to what is happening in different regions, but also on specific topics such as climate change, for example. So this is really very important to us, that we bring civil society along, but also academia. Independent journalism is such a crucial pillar of democracy, but also has an important role in providing factual information and holding authority to account. So trying to find an approach that is even more conducive to bringing these stakeholders together. And I mentioned the code of practice and the DSA. Online social media platforms, of course, also are an important partner in this. Somebody who needs to, well, not somebody, but stakeholders who have their own instruments and who we've tried to work with through the code of practice and the DSA. So in the interest of time, and I do apologize for the technical issues, I hope this just gives you a good start for the day. You have very interesting panels ahead of you. I can assure you that we are working as closely as possible with all the partners that we have, and we've met some amazing people along the way. I am sure you will have great discussions today with a lot of interesting elements to be put forward. One last point that I would like to raise, if you want to know more about what we see, what we do, because I could talk about this for hours, but unfortunately, I cannot join you over a coffee break to elaborate. We have just published on the 7th of February 2 reports. One about the EAS activities to tackle foreign information manipulation and interference, which gives you an insight into the work that we as a division across the different regions and actors have been doing in the last year. But also we published the first EAS report on foreign information manipulation and interference threats, which shows you in a broken down way what has happened, how the impersonation of specific websites has been one of the tactics that is being used to manipulate, how public figures like our own High Representative Joseph Borrell have been attacked through information manipulation. And also how, unfortunately, it's still very easy to produce audio-visual content that is manipulated. So these are just some of the trends that we highlight in there. But if you want to know more, it's all publicly available on the EAS website. And it's, I think, in the end, we landed about 25 pages or something. So there's a lot of reading for you. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to reach out to me. And I want to thank you again for providing me with the opportunity to speak to you. And I wish you a very, very good day and great discussions. And yeah, with that, I would turn over back to you.
Thanks, Sabrina. That was really fantastic. And I would really urge everyone to read that report. I've done so, and I really think you did a great job. I think what we're trying to do here and hope to achieve actually is to bring this whole government response, but also society, media, but building up the processes that will actually be able to respond to that very concerted disinformation coming not just from Russia, of course, but in this new world of global superpower competition. And I think the EU has set the tone, and the Stratcom has been part of a very important part and very early part of that conversation and action. With that, let me turn the floor to my colleague Goran Georgiev, who will be moderating the first session or panel of this conference, Policy Options for Building Institutional Capacity and Resilience. Goran, up to you.
Thank you, Ruslan. I was going to open the floor for questions to Sabrina, since we won't have the opportunity to do so. Is she still online?
I'm still here.
Would we have one or two questions for Sabrina before moving to the first panel? I know I have one burning question, but I'd like to let the audience have their chance as well. Sabrina, as you mentioned, the EAS recently released their first report on foreign information manipulation and interference, and I was just wondering, based on that research, how often did you find that China and Russia coordinate in such operations, and then maybe what are some of the main differences in how the two operate?
Indeed. Thank you very much for that question. And I know it's a mouthful. about foreign information manipulation and interference. We just call it FIMI. Yeah. So maybe just for those of you who have not had the chance to read our magnificent report yet, it only covers a very short time span. So it is something where we tested a new methodology that we're using to really get the bits and pieces correctly. So it's not an overview over everything that we have seen in the past year or in the past years. It covers the last couple of months of last year. But that is already an interesting insight. And indeed, one of the questions that we get a lot is how Russia and China cooperate. As we've seen both of them engaged in information manipulation in different areas as well, in different regions across the globe. So in that sample that we have seen, there's a couple of instances that tell us that there is an opportunistic exchange, or I don't want to call it cooperation necessarily collaboration, but it's very opportunistic. So we've seen in instances that messages were taken up by one or the other side that were launched by the respective other actors. But this seems to be done on a very opportunistic kind of level. So we don't, in the sample that we've seen, it doesn't seem like it's a strategic cooperation in terms of you publish something, of course we take it over, and the other way around. But we've seen it, for example, for some messages pertaining to the alleged biolabs in Ukraine. We've seen this message come up since 2015. It was something that came up during the COVID-19 pandemic to deflect blame, and this was taken up again. So on these, whenever it's suitable, whenever it's good for the other side, they seem to be picking up those messages. So I just want to make clear we don't see this strategic level coordination, but more of an opportunistic kind of approach. And of course, there have been some agreements, some statements in the past couple of months and years that indicate that there's an interest to collaborate on this issue between the two countries. But as you can see, if you look into the report, in the last couple of months of 2022, there were some examples, but it seems to be opportunistic at this point.
Thank you, Sabrina. As long-time contributors, we do have one more question, please.
Hello, this is Cristian Pantazi. I'm a journalist, editor-in-chief of G4media.ro. I wanted to ask you, how would you assess the preparedness of the employees of the European institutions in front of Russia's attempts to manipulate and to use its propaganda in order to penetrate the European institutions? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that very relevant question. Indeed, a lot of times we're speaking about societal resilience, right? Looking at the public, how can we increase their resilience? But of course, also us as government officials or EU officials in that regard, working, but also you, of course, as journalists, we need to make sure that there's an awareness and that there's an understanding of how this works. And maybe just as an aside, this also pertains to broader foreign interference or hybrid threats. Information manipulation is only part of what we're seeing. There's also other activities that we need to be aware of that would then fall under the broader hybrid umbrella. However, what we do is we talk a lot to our colleagues. We publish a lot of information, as you know, for example, on our EU versus Disinfo website. So our work is very public, and we are in touch with colleagues on the relevant files. Something that came up, but just as an illustration, we have in the EU institutions a DG that works on health. We worked with them sporadically before the hit of the pandemic, but afterwards very closely. So we are expanding our cooperation across different EU institutions that may not be the usual suspects, so to speak. And we have internal formats as well, where we invite to discuss about this topic. So we really try to do that. We're also thinking about new avenues of doing that. But of course, we're always keeping in mind that we are one part of the puzzle, but we're trying to really find an approach that brings along also the other groups that are targeted by information manipulation. And of course, I just want to stress this again. Independent journalists have come under so much fire in the last couple of years, not just about through disinformation. One of the things that we have as part of this FIMI concept is actually the suppression of independent and critical voices as a way to manipulate civic discourse and democratic debates. This suppression could happen through harassment, through online trolling, all of these things, and we see that as part of what is happening and what is being used to manipulate. So just to make that clear, we're really trying to understand how we can help different target groups by different means as well. And of course, our own colleagues are part of that.
Thank you, Sabrina. As active contributors to the Stratcom task force efforts, we at TSD are greatly appreciative of your work. So thank you. And with that, I'd like to begin our first session of the conference, which will be all about a policy agenda for building institutional capacity and resilience against foreign authoritarian disinformation or foreign information manipulation and interference. And I'd like to give the floor to Božidar Bužanov. He is an IT expert, but also an entrepreneur, having founded an IT information security company, and as a former Minister of e-governance here in Bulgaria, he oversaw the development of several policy measures and strategic documents, including ones related to tackling foreign authoritarian disinformation. So, Mr. Bužanov, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Before, when I was in IT, I was preparing slides for every time I had to speak in public. Now, you can't really use slides in Parliament, so I'm getting used to speaking without slides. In terms of building institutional capacity, you first need a legal framework, because every bureaucrat, in both senses of the word, positive and negative, will tell you, well, we can't really do anything if we don't have the proper legal framework. And that's usually an excuse for not doing anything, even if there are options in the legal framework that allow you to do something. This is what we did. We didn't change any laws regarding disinformation, but we use existing broad powers of the Minister of Electronic Governance to, for example, put in the founding document of the ministry, hybrid threats and disinformation. So the administration of the minister is now supposed to support the countering disinformation and hybrid threats. This is related to two areas, cybersecurity on one hand and development of information society on the other hand. So we found a way, even though there was no law that says this minister responsible for countering hybrid threats and disinformation, we found a way to put the legal framework in place. Now, just having some words in a document doesn't mean anything, and this is why I'll talk in the second part of my expose. There is, of course, one single ministry cannot handle the whole thing. It is a multi-stakeholder issue, and this is why we have many institutions involved in the process, or supposed to be involved in the process. Another thing that should be developed is a proper Stratcom structure, where we not only in the ministry analyze the current trends, provide reports, all of those things, but also have a proactive wing, so to speak, which pushes a message forward in reaction or even before some propaganda narrative hits the mainstream. Another institutional existing entry is the contact point in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which is used to circulate information across the European Union. Whether it functions or not is, again, another question, and how it functions. We also have the National Security Agency, obviously, which has, again, in its broad powers, the even the requirement to counter hybrid threats, including those. We have the Commission for Regulating of Communication, which applies the European regulations for the sanctions, blocking foreign TV channels. Again, they apply it, but not necessarily with a 100% success rate. The media regulator, which may need some expansion of powers, but again, we have the entity there, and it can be used if if there's will for that. We have a Commission for Consumer Protection, which may sound a bit unrelated to the topic, but when I was minister, we even had a meeting with that commission because of a very particular way that disinformation is spread. It's spread through social media, of course, but then you go to a website, and this website is usually funded by advertising. And because Google, the main advertising avenue, is not monetizing anymore those types of websites, they're using other types of ad networks. We've all seen those ads. They are obnoxious. And fortunately, they violate the law on electronic trading. And so the Commission for Consumer Protection is competent on these violations. And if there are enough people reporting the ad networks, because the websites are fake, they don't have an entity behind them, they don't have someone that you can find as a regulator, but the ad networks are real entities. There are a limited number of them, and through that channel you can target the monetization of the fake websites. And the Commission for Consumer Protection is prepared to handle those sorts of complaints and do those investigations. There's, of course, the prosecution. We have also discussed that. There is a particular text in the penal code that says propaganda for war. And I'm sure that in many of the disinformation attempts and efforts of the Russian regime, we can see the propaganda for war. Now, obviously, you can't charge a troll for spreading disinformation, but you can use that text in the penal code to investigate troll farms and ultimately find who organizes that thing and charge them with propaganda for war. Now, prosecution has many issues. Not using that particular article is another one. But the legal framework is there, and there is relevant expertise in the Ministry of Interior to pursue and find those troll farms. They have the communication with Facebook and Twitter to kind of correlate these trolls which form troll farms, etc. So even though it's imperfect, I'd say we have a legal framework that allows us to be more or less effective against it. To add to that legal framework, we proposed in last Parliament amendments to the E-Commerce Act, which forces or is supposed to force social media to automatically detect these troll farms, and also to apply the Digital Services Act locally, including creating the Digital Services Coordinator, which is another entity that would have responsibilities in this broad area. Now, I listed a lot of institutions, a lot of laws, a lot of bylaws, and the problem is obviously that they don't work. I'm stating the obvious right now. As I said, we have in place the possibility of all of that to work, but it really doesn't. We can draw a very nice kind of graphic with all of those entities and the connections between them and who is responsible for what and who should forward which part of information to whom and how they should create councils which discuss those things. We can create the perfect institutional framework for countering disinformation, and it will not work if there is no political will for it to work. Because the administration has a lot of, the civil service has a lot of responsibilities, and that would be just another one of them, which if there isn't enough push from the political level, they will just write a report every now and then and with no actual result. The political will is obviously the problem. And this is one of my roles in Parliament to push for that topic as well. Now, as I said, we have the institutional kind of framework, which would benefit from some improvements, some fixes, some here and there legal changes even, but it can be used in the current state. Now, capacity is another issue. We don't really have the people to fill all of those roles and those functions. One of the issues is the lack of IT capacity in the civil service. I know that disinformation is not an IT problem, but it has a lot of connections with IT, because at this day and age, disinformation is spread through IT means, and you have to understand how it works, more or less, in order to be able to tackle the underlying mechanisms. The other issue is that strategic communication is something new for the public sector. It's not PR, it's not protocol. The people who organized foreign visits and sent press releases and organized the photos of a minister are not necessarily prepared to handle strategic communication. I'm not saying the same people can't do that, they're just not trained for it at the moment. And this is an ongoing effort that, again, requires political will. Fortunately, we have the Institute for Public Administration, which trains civil servants on various topics, practically all topics. When I was minister, I requested from the Institute of Public Administration to update and promote the media literacy course that they have and target it proactively to a lot of civil servants, so that at least that portion of the population is more prepared for the upcoming increase in propaganda coming from Russia. This was back at the start of the war. What we have to do, obviously, is make very specific, targeted courses in the Institute of Public Administration to train for strategic communication, for analyzing disinformation, and really fill all those gaps in the institutions that I mentioned above in order to make them function. But even if we fill those gaps with trained people, they still won't function if there isn't a political push for that, unfortunately. We are at that stage where you can't really set up a process, put people and just leave it work. You have to constantly make sure that it does work and push for it to work. So we have, as a conclusion, we have the options. We have a legal framework that might require updates, but it allows us to start working on the issue. We have to train a lot of people. We have to put them in the right places. We have to connect those institutions communication-wise. But the most important thing is political understanding. And events like that really help this political understanding. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bujanov, for that insightful presentation and reminding us about the importance of political will as well as implementation. For our second presentation, I'd like to welcome Razvan Kiruca. I'm terribly sorry if I'm mispronouncing that.
Okay.
Sorry for mispronouncing that,
No
but
problem.
he is the editor-in-chief of Press Hub Romania, which is an independent press network created by Freedom House Romania with over 30 journalists, and as a professional journalist with over 20 years of experience in local and national media in Romania. Please.
Hello, I represent Press Hub Romania, which is a central platform of local publications, because in Romania we saw that there is a huge problem with local media, of course with central also, but more with local media, because it is highly economic dependent by the political authorities at the local level. So we trying to help them financially through different projects in order to gain independence and to be good journalists. But also we help them, mentoring them about journalism. What happens in Romania is very similar to what happens in all the former communist bloc, and very similar to what happens in Bulgaria at the political level and at the media level. Fortunately, let's say, the pro-EU feeling in Romania is much higher than in Bulgaria, for instance, and but also it is decreasing, unfortunately. I mean, the last Eurobarometer showed that 23% of Romanians think that being in the EU is a bad thing, which is the highest level of Euroscepticism in the EU members. But also 2/3 of the Romanians still trust EU, and much more trust NATO due to the war next to us. And also the anti-Russian feeling is very high in Romania. Is the second after Poland, and only 13% of Romanians think that Ukrainians should surrender, according to a study made by Free Press for Eastern Europe organization last year. But what we see these days is that the biggest problem that we have to tackle today in Romania is not necessarily Russian originated propaganda, but Romanian mainstream political leaders, I would say almost anti-EU propaganda. We have a far-right party in Romania called GOLD, AUR in Romanian, the Alliance for the Union of Romanians, which is not necessarily a pro-Russian party, because that does not catch up in Romania, but it is a sovereignist party. And they used to lead the scene of anti-EU, let's say, propaganda. But now, since the rejection of Romania in entering Schengen, I would say almost anti-EU propaganda from some mainstream parties, leaders of Romania, started to increase. Also, we have free news televisions, mainstream news television, which have a lot of anti-EU propaganda. One, Romania TV, it's called, is a pro-Russian television in the open. I mean, we can find there all the narratives of the Russian propaganda. And we saw even appeals for Romania not to help anymore Ukrainians, and because that public is growing, one more television is going on the same line. But we are now running a project in which we are trying to reach with the anti-propaganda campaign to the local level, and that is why I'm here and why I'm in this project. I think, and I guess you all agree, that the biggest problem of all of us is how to get to people who believe fake news, who believe misinformation, disinformation, and all that. Because it is very easy to believe that I mean, it's much easier to transmit that the earth is flat and to get to people who don't have enough education to know different. But how do you get how do you manage to convince them that is not true, that the earth is round? So in our project, we aim to engage the public, not only by the media, but going into the field and going to local level, because I think that is face-to-face discussion will be, we think that it be the most efficient way to make them understand what is wrong, what is fake, and what is not true. So we running now a project that aims to identify and further explain to the general public and through media content and citizen debates, which are the narratives, themes, actors, and channels through which disinformation related to EU actions and policy are promoted in internal discourses. And we also try to present the EU actions at a more understandable, in a more understandable way, because we believe that EU communication is very technical and is very hard to understand or to follow for average Romanian or non-average Romanian. So through central and local partners in our project, we want to raise awareness of the general public of the false narratives on European issues. For instance, now in Romania is circulating for about 2 or 3 days an article suggesting that EU will forbidden meat, natural meat. I mean, is circulating now in Romania, starting from a news agency. I mean, it's not, that is another problem, that some of these fake news or disinformation don't start from obscure sites or websites, or, but they start from mainstream publication. I mean, this article that I'm talking about started from MediaFax, which is a national news agency with 20 or maybe more years of experience. It is very well known in Romania, but they recently published an article with parts of truth, taking different truths from different documents, suggesting that in about 7 years, or something like that, 7 or 8 years, the meat will be the natural meat will be forbidden in EU, and we all will be forced to eat artificial meat. Also, there is a big discussion about insects wheat, and that was fueled by our Minister of Agriculture, who said on public television that he will never eat insects wheat, but he will also always eat grain wheat and traditional wheat, let's say like that. So we are trying now to get to those people through local media, because because the first level of reading media is at a local level. But I must say that the fight is unequal, because in Romania 75% of the public is informed by the TV, and in our consortium we only have online media, so it will be a difficult fight. But we believe that engaging general public and media consumers in countering disinformation will be a solution. Also, we are trying to get, by this project, to vulnerable communities and to talk to them about what happens in the EU. And in another project that we are now hoping to be approved by the European Commission, we are intending to use even, let's say, modern techniques like appealing to influencers and online influencers. I think it'd be an efficient tool to counter disinformation through people which get much more easier, get more easy to youngs. And of course, we are intending to go into schools to countering disinformation because, of course, it is very important for young people to be educated in this direction. So I think for Romanians today is not too late, because the trust in the EU and NATO is still a high level, but indeed this level of trust is decreasing, and it is also decreasing due to the worsening of the economical conditions, because the truth is that we can debunk as much as we want, as long as the economical situation will get worse, or get worse, the public will look for enemies, and the national, the Romanian politicians, and as probably other politicians from other countries, they try to move the guilt from very incompetence or incapacity of repairing things to the EU institutions. And this is another very difficult field of the battle. How do you tackle with politicians who Romanian politicians, mainstream Romanian leaders who are the origin of some of the propaganda? They are not necessarily Russian paid, or we have no proof for that. But as Romania is tending to slide to an illiberal regime, let's say, we see that there is a higher anti-EU, more and more anti-EU narratives, such as what happens in Hungary today. So that is my presentation. Thank you very much.
And thank you. It's always interesting to hear about the latest developments in Romania, and it seems to me, at least, there are a lot of differences, but also a surprising amount of commonalities as well.
Exactly, yeah.
Before moving on, I'd just like to ask our two remaining speakers if they could try and fit in within 10 minutes, so we have time for a short Q&A session at the end. But now I'd like to give the word to Andrei Tuit. He is Program Director of Global Focus Center in Romania. He has worked as a political consultant in both Romania and Moldova, and he is particularly experienced in transitioning offline methodologies to the online context. Andrei, please.
Hello, this is Tiut actually. Okay, so when we look at the current crisis with resilience towards Russian disinformation related to Ukraine in Romania, we must consider that it's the second consecutive crisis. Before this crisis, it was the COVID communication crisis. And when I look to this too, I realize that no matter what misgivings I have towards the current situation in Romania, which I mostly share with my colleague Răzvan, it's so much better than it was with the COVID case, which was, I would say, a total debacle. And many of the reasons why it is better now are structural. Mostly Romania shared the border with the Soviet Union, so there is already in place a high degree of distrust and really fear from Russia, what Russia can do when they are your neighbor. And to some point, things were solved at the level of society without much policy. But at the same time, there were decisions that I think that affected the fact that Romania is now in a better position to confront foreign manipulation. One of these things was at the very beginning of the war, when there was a flow of refugees, and at the same time, spontaneously, there was a flow of Romanian people trying to get to the border and help the refugees however they can. And very often they didn't know how to help. They were just standing in the street and they were blocking the traffic. But from a communication perspective, this framed the debate, because Romania is, for the first time, we have an influx of refugees, so the public opinion could have sided either way. But the fact that there were so many Romanians there helping shifted the narrative from what could have been like a xenophobic, they are invading us, to a more friendly narrative, we are so cool people because we can help. And that, I think, that was important on the part of refugees. And also related to this, at some point, the emergency direction in Romania, having some bitter experiences with civil society, have decided to make a kind of a forum where they meet weekly and they discuss whatever they have to discuss. And this had some efficiencies, logistical and other stuff like that, but also created a level of reciprocal loyalty, in the sense that the government will not trash talk the civil society, and the civil society will not trash talk to the same intensity the government on these issues, because now they have a channel where they can resolve, and sometimes they get resolved, sometimes they understand why not, and sometimes when they are not resolved, they can still, protest and stuff like that. So these are the good things with which I generally start speaking about Romania. Not everything is shiny, and we have made an evaluation about the capacity of Romanian institution to make strategic communication in this context and their resilience. And the results were to some extent surprising. Like Mr. Bozanov, I was expecting to see that there is very little strategic communication capacity. And this turned out to be not exactly true, because what I had not considered is that we are after 30 years of democracy. And in these 30 years, lots of people learn to do various stuff. For example, there are fire prevention campaigns in school, which work very well and which are a form of strategic communication. And there are networks of discussions with strategic, with stakeholders on policy issues, and there are even networks on the ground. It's a funny thing that I was told. For example, when you have a monument in one village, you bring people to inaugurate it, which is, the priest, the boss of the priest, the chief of the gendarmes, and other local notables, and you create like small communities where these notables know each other and they can talk stuff. And there are all sorts of good things that are done in terms of strategic communication, but none of this was in fact applied to the Russian disinformation. None of this was applied to COVID disinformation. And it was funny because I was talking to people who were obviously, they knew what they were saying, they had a level of competence, and I was saying, do you do this about COVID? And they said, no, but you said COVID is important. Yes, but it's not how we do things. So much of the experience in strategic communication of Romanian bureaucracy remained unused. And on this background, there is also, as Răzvan observed, a certain tendency for politicians also to adopt radical position, critical to countries of the European Union, critical to the West, and stuff like that, on the background of them having failed to provide a good story. Why do you support Ukraine? Why do you support the West? These are a little bit blurry in the political strategic communication. And this is also a problem, I'm circling back to something I forgot, to the fact that Romania has, in a draft form, for a year or more, a strategy for strategic communication. But it is not official. So if you want to coordinate with your state, to fight together against Russia, you do not know what the state wants. And I circle back to what was said, that we all want a whole of society approach. Okay, that's okay, but if the state doesn't necessarily know with great precision what they want, it is difficult to do it. And it's also very convenient for any bureaucrat who doesn't really want to work to say, well, you know, there's a strategy, I don't know it, somebody knows it, that's not me, so let them do the work. And now moving back, this year, in terms of politics and resilience, it was not a very good year. We've had 3 events where mainstream politicians who are normally towing the line had anti-Western discourse. The one was, and I think there was one spoke already, the lack of Romania going to the Schengen space. And there was a very robust reaction, which is good. And I thought also that Romania should have a very robust reaction. But it was said in such words that it was sometimes difficult to distinguish from far right and left mainstream parties. We've had the Social Democrat leader saying something that, well, perhaps Austria is the one that doesn't have a place in the European Union. These are the things you do not normally say in Romania about external partners. These are, I think, significant shifts. And there was a discussion about the minority law made by Ukraine, which affects the Romanian minority there. And there was a needlessly verbose reaction for the Romanian Affairs Ministry. Again, we feel that we are right about this, you know, but you don't necessarily need to make a public attack. It's something that you have ways to resolve. And currently there is a discussion about the Bistroia Canal, where, which is north of the Danube Delta, and the Ukraine are perhaps, maybe not, trying to enlarge it. And again, very strong reaction from the Romanian Foreign Ministry, and at the same time, political voices more or less toe the line to extremist voices. You have again the Social Democratic president, just an example, saying that we will do everything in our powers to defend the Romanian territory, which is weird because this is not war, it's just some water flowing abroad. So I am concerned currently about the influence of politics in matters of resilience. I think that the politicians have not been able to put a moderate discourse on that, on, you know, what do we want in the European Union? Why do we want to be in Schengen? Why do we support Ukraine? And this is biting them back, because currently there's a temptation as elections approach for mainstream leaders to follow extremist leaders. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrei. Really interesting to hear about these shifts in political and government discourse in Romania. Last but certainly not least, I'd like to give the floor to Dr. Todor Galov. He is the Center for the Study of Democracy's Director of Research, and he has over 2 decades of experience in socioeconomic research and developing policy options for, with a particular focus on countering foreign authoritarian influence, but as well as state capture and corruption. Todor, please.
Thank you. Please, could you put the presentation? Thank you. Actually, the speakers before me made my work very easy because a lot of things that I wanted to say actually have been already said. Sorry for the very small size of this, but this is the timeline of the European framework towards disinformation, or as they called it in last few months, towards foreign information manipulation and interference. I want just to stress one thing here, and I'll be very short in my presentation. Actually, the starting point was 2018, which is quite late if you think about that. Actually, the invasion of Crimea was in 3 years earlier. And I should say that, and this is important, that the European Commission in general delayed with starting developing common legal and institutional framework which targets disinformation in the member states. If we look at the other more on west to the United States, we'll see that actually they started years earlier to work on this, and this is an important conclusion that we have to have in mind, and also an important advantage that we can use, because we need to increase the cooperation, the Euro-Atlantic cooperation, and to use the good practices and lessons learned from our American counterparts. Sorry for not very being easy readable, but as you know, the EU approach toward disinformation does not envisage unified EU legislation, but elaborates on the implementation of legal and financial instruments in a number of interconnected domains, such as transparent and accountable online ecosystem, then secure electoral processes, then media literacy and quality journalism, and last but not least, strategic communication. And not having a unified EU legislation means also that the responsibility for this is transferred actually to the member states. And this is also important because, as the speakers before me said, it's a question of not always producing a new legislation, but using what is in place to strengthen and facilitate the countermeasures in our countries. However, the EU policy and the EU framework envisage some co-regulatory framework which combines coordinated self-committed obligations and liability of online platforms, for example, under the Digital Services Act, and the Code of Practice on Disinformation, but also under the Digital Markets Act and the expected legislation on transparency of advertising. And the important thing here is that, for example, Digital Service Act envisage not only legal obligations to the member states on building secure and transparent digital environment, but also the creation of some institutional infrastructure, like the so-called digital service coordinators, and the so-called trusted flaggers, or trusted flaggers are organizations that have this status of being trusted to report cases to the national digital service coordinators. And actually, maybe some of the Bulgarian colleagues here already knew that actually the last week, the National Digital Service Coordinator for Bulgaria was appointed. And this is the Communication Regulation Commission. So the national regulator in terms of licensing of who maintain the media licenses here in the country. And the question here could be why actually this commission was entitled to this responsibility, because actually, as it's written in the EU regulation, this is a responsibility for monitoring and analyzing content, while the Communication Regulation Commission deals not with content actually, but deals with licensing regimes, radio frequencies, and so on and so on. Sorry, yes. It means that, and I think this is normal, that when we started to build some kind of institutional and a legal framework that is needed in this country, there will be some movements that are not very well coordinated and so on. But I want to stress that, however, these developments show that at least some of the responsibilities that have been entitled to the member states are fulfilled, let's say, by the Bulgarian authorities right now. As you know, Bulgaria is one of the countries where the citizens continue to be among the most vulnerable ones to foreign disinformation and propaganda, mainly Russian, but also Chinese, sometimes Turkish, Iran, and so on. Disinformation is continuously spread in both conventional and social media, usually by what we call informal networks of influence, including various politicians, some of them unfortunately acting politicians, sometimes on very top level positions, let's say, in the governance of the country, by some journalists also, and tycoons or oligarchs whose interests often overlap or become entangled with these of the Kremlin. Among the critical governance gaps that allowed such entrenchment of local and Russian-controlled media in Bulgaria is the enforcement gap, actually related to the transparency of media ownership and funding of media in general. You know that such a law is existing in Bulgaria, but which mandates the disclosure of beneficial ownership, but actually it is not working, I would say, at all. And you know that the problem is not only related to the ownership, but also to the dominance in the control of wholesale market, for example, of printed news outlets here in the country. All this actually repeats what Mr. Buzhanov said, that the legal framework, even if it exists, it is the more important thing is how it is applied and implemented. I'll now go through the review of what is existing as kind of legal and institutional framework in this country, at least because Mr. Buzhanov make it very well. But I want to stress something what he said also, that there is no still legally assigned responsibility, clearly assigned responsibility to a separate state authority to deal with disinformation and propaganda in this country. So the responsibility is spread, let's say, among different institutions. And this is something that is used also as an excuse for not taking the responsibility for actions against disinformation. So what could be the next steps, or what could be done in a near future, in short term? Many of these recommendations actually comes also from what the ministry under the coordination of Mr. Buzhanov started. But I want to stress on two things. First of all, we need not only the, let's say, offline infrastructure, these are the institutions, the legal framework and so on, but we need also the digital infrastructure. So Mr. Buzhanov mentioned, for example, the lack of IT capacity within the public administration, and this is part of this digital infrastructure which is still missing in our country. Also, we need to leverage our Atlantic cooperation, including within NATO, to develop capacity and to building institutional and regulatory framework based on best practices and lessons learned. Last but not least, we need to have better coordinated and synergic measures, which means that we urgently need to start working with the all the stakeholders that are engaged in the fight against disinformation. Actually, in the absence of clear political commitment, it is the civil society, media, and some business companies in this country that are leading currently the efforts for countering disinformation. I want just to mention, for example, the fact-checking efforts. Here are our colleagues from Fact Check BG, the biggest fact-checking network in Bulgaria. But also the efforts of other civil society organizations in terms of digital, in terms of media literacy trainings, in terms of monitoring and analyzing disinformation narratives and so on and so on. Also the efforts of Bulgarian companies, some of them will present later on their solutions. All this actually happen, I would say again, in the environment of, unfortunately, missing political will. So this popular term to use, missing political will for more focused and coordinated actions against disinformation and propaganda. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Todor. We still have a few minutes for a couple of questions. I know we have some questions prepared from our online viewers, but I'd like to give the chance to people who are actually here with us. I see one hand up. Please just state your name and affiliation before asking your question.
Hi, thanks. Is it okay if I ask two quick questions? I'm Keith and Keith Kiley.
If they're quick.
They will be, yeah. I'm from the Bulgarian-Romanian Observatory on Digital Media at Gate Institute. The first one was, we've talked about disinformation a lot, and thanks everybody for the great presentations. But disinformation and misinformation are often interchangeable, they're often fluidic. They don't necessarily remain restricted in one definition or the other, purposeful or accidental. So, also related to monetization, sites such as Facebook obviously work on monetization models. So in what way would regulating algorithms help in this fight? Would that be a policy option, or would the concerns over free speech be an impediment to that, or the business models of the companies involved, would that be an impediment to that, or the will to do that? You talked about vulnerable, Monsieur Tweet talked about vulnerable communities in Romania. So what expectations should we have around disinformation? Because propaganda has always been with us in the as political capital. It's always been something that's been used. So should we make peace with the fact that disinformation and misinformation is going to be with us in the long term and readjust our strategies accordingly? I.e., not removing it completely, but, how is it possible? Like you were saying, how is it possible for people to believe such a thing as the earth is flat? And addressing that particular issue, whether that's economic or ideological or political. Or should we be seeking to root it out completely?
So I'll start because I was named. About the continuity between disinformation and misinformation, our main, let's call it unit of analysis, is toxic discourse, which combines disinformation with misinformation and with some pieces that are actually true and explained as such. And the best manipulation, the best toxic propaganda is the one that uses very little lies and lots and lots of truth, which is well managed to say the opposite of what it should say. So from this perspective, we speak about disinformation at conferences because this is a topic. But in our mind, it's always a part of this larger effort. Now, your second question had like two parts. On the algorithms, I think that in Bulgarian and in Romanian, you shouldn't have hopes too soon. Like maybe a decade. There are very few ways to automatically translate Romanian with a good quality, and I hear it's about same Bulgarian. So this will tell you an idea about how good the algorithms can be. There's little hope, and also I'm largely disappointed by the efforts of platforms who use, as far as I know, very few people who actually speak smaller languages. And it's fun, whenever I meet Mita, I always ask how many people employ Romanian in a meaningful way, and they never answer. The last time they said they cannot calculate that, which is very funny for a technology company because it's obviously not the truth. Now, your question was, what should we expect? In some way, and I think it has been said here, it's so much easier to produce toxic discourse than to clean it up. So cleaning up is necessary. It's necessary to do fact-checking and other stuff, but it will never, ever suffice. So what you can do, and this goes to a much larger discussion, is look at the roots of the problem, whichever individual problem it is. If people are frustrated because of their economic problems and they express this frustration by voting far-right parties, it's not very useful to talk about the nation. What you actually have to do is see what are their real frustration and answer them. If the people are not knowledgeable about the subject, what you have to do is go from the beginning, from school, but not only from school, also with adults to work and present that information. And it's a very good example, I'm shifting a little bit again, about problems that were in the UK with the vaccine, where the Muslim population was fearful that it is not allowed. And what they did is they took it as a very technical problem, so they brought the imams and they actually discussed the content of the vaccine. And once the people were informed, it spread on. So no, we cannot, with algorithms and with law and with anything, we can never, I think, in our lifetimes eradicate misinformation and disinformation. What we can hopefully do, and this is difficult for Romania, is to create a society that is more solid and which reacts. And just one thing, I know I'm long here. I have actually seen in Romania such an example about the use of iodine, where it was actually the society on the online forums who made fun about the people who were fearing and stuff like that. And then it was once done, and the media tried to reheat the subject, and it did not pick again, because people spontaneously educated each other. And this is the ideal world of which we are very far.
If I may just add something, I think it is important about the content moderation and the problem with algorithms. Actually, this was the reason why I mentioned the digital service coordinators and the so-called trusted flaggers that need to be appointed in a way, or at least registered, let's say, because one of the problems, especially in Bulgaria, but also in other small countries that are small markets for the big online platforms like Facebook and so on, is that they do have a very limited number of people working on content moderation, and we all know this. And at the same time, they do not have localized for the country algorithms, because this is very expensive. This is why the coordinated reporting from organizations and networks that actually spread this information is the reason for blocking authentic accounts, authentic opinions of journalists, of public opinion makers, and so on and so on. You know the cases in Bulgaria when even official tweet from the European Parliament was was assessed as violating the rules of Meta, and the journalist who shared this tweet, actually his account was blocked. So this was the reason why actually the European Commission put into DSA the existence of these so-called trusted flaggers. And from our talks with the other people and organizations here in the country, we know that most of them are not aware of this. So these trusted flaggers should be entities that will be able to report to the national coordinator and then the national coordinator to the online platform, and they will not need to be the same number, let's say, of disinformation coordinated networks that are reporting authentic accounts and opinions, but they will be able to counterbalance the activity of these disinformation networks. So some steps are possible, they are already existing, and it is our responsibility to use them. Thank you.
I would like to add something. Because of our history and because our countries seems to be losing the marathon of democracy, we tend to be afraid of regulation, because when you regulate something, which is after all a qualitative decision, what is fake news in the end? No? I mean, as I was saying earlier, Romania tends to go to an illiberal regime like in Hungary, and the small parts of independent media that still exist in Romania are afraid that under this pretext of regulating and fighting fake news or disinformation and misinformation, we can be we can be shut down or in other. So I think the best way to fight disinformation and misinformation is by education and by debunking when it. I mean, I'm afraid of regulation in our countries, and probably it's the same at some point it could be the same in the west of Europe, but in the Eastern Europe, I think it's dangerous to regulate too much this field. Thank you.
Thank you. And it's already 7 or even 8 past 11, so I don't want to take too much from our coffee break, which will probably extend maybe by 5 minutes. So let's do a 10-minute coffee break, and then I'd like to welcome you to our second session of the day, which will be all about the role of independent journalism and fact-checking. Thank you to everyone.
Welcome back. Just a reminder, if you need to listen to the English translation, you can take headphones from the table behind me. We'll be switching from English to Bulgarian and back. Now we turn to the next session, focusing on the role of independent journalism and fact-checking in building resilience to foreign authoritarian disinformation. We'll be joined by Christian Pantazi, Miraluba Anatova, and Ralica Kovacheva. We'll do as we did in the previous session. We'll listen to the presentations, and then we'll have a Q&A session. Our first panelist is Christian Pantazi, Editor-in-Chief of the Romanian news website, Group for Media. With more than 30 years of experience as a journalist, he is one of the Romanian journalists who is analyzing conspiracy theories spread on social media about Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Christian, please.
Hello. Thank you for inviting me here. It's an honor to speak to our colleagues, the Bulgarian journalists and member of the civil society. I do appreciate your initiative, and I do feel that we can do a lot of things together, Romanian and Bulgarian journalists and civil society, since we think we face similar issues, similar threats, and we have similar experiences when it comes to the freedom of the speech. As my colleague Boriana said, I'm quite an old journalist. I've seen a lot in my lifetime, and we set up G4 Media almost 5 years ago from zero. Me and another colleague, we started as an independent media outlet. We are still independent media outlet, and one of the reasons for which we started this new website was exactly the topic that we are discussing right now: the disinformation, misinformation, propaganda that we saw spread all over the Romanian public space, be it in political topics, be in foreign affairs topics, or others, and trying to build the resilience of the Romanian audience, of the Romanian public in front of this threat. We know very well how important it is to give the national audience the tools they need in order to resist to propaganda and to disinformation. I did this as a journalist for 25, 26 years. Already my colleagues are doing this, and we are doing it on purpose at G4 Media. And before talking about how we could, as journalists or member of the civil society, provide these tools to our audiences, to our partners, to our readers, I would like to stress for a few minutes a topic that I think is of crucial importance when it comes to building resilience. And this topic is, I'm convinced of it, of maximum importance for our Bulgarian friends too, meaning a free media market. I think you can't have a powerful society, a resilient society in front of a Russian threat or a foreign propaganda threat if you don't have a free media market. And I know as a fact that both in Bulgaria and in Romania, we are having big issues with the freedom of the, not only the freedom of the speech, but also the freedom of the media market. And I will tell you very shortly about the situation in Romania. We face an existential threat for the media as we never saw in the last 32 years, 33 years. And this is because a behavior from the main political parties that we've never seen until now. 3 or 4 years ago, the parliament decided that the main political parties, the parliamentarian political parties, are entitled to receive huge amounts of money as a subsidy from the state budget. In order to stop those political parties steal money from public tenders and in order to stop the corruption. So the parliament said, and the society agreed, that those parties should receive money as subsidies from the state budget in order for them to function properly. Everybody said, this is the best solution. Let's give them the money they need in order to function, to pay their rents, to pay their salaries, to buy political advertising during the electoral campaigns, and everybody will be fine. Except that things changed. The political parties are using these huge amounts of money, and I'm talking about tens of millions of euros per year, to buy the media. The political parties understood that the major media owners that we call moguls here, oligarchs elsewhere, are very happy to take these huge amounts of money from the political parties and in return to silence their media holdings, to get rid of any critical approach towards the government and the political parties that are paying those huge amounts of money. In the past, some parties, some political parties or some governments tried to silence the media or parts of the media by imposing fines, by using threats, in short, by being aggressive towards these media, be them media owners or towards some journalists. And obviously the media reacted angrily. Now those political parties understood that it's much, much easier to just pay a lot of money to the media moguls and everybody will be happy. The result of this behavior in the last 3 years is that the mainstream media is almost silenced when it comes to the government and to the two main political parties that are forming the Grand Coalition, the main right-wing party and left-wing party. The moguls, media owners, understood that it's easier for them to collect those huge amounts of money and from that money to release a part of them to the journalists. So now many journalists are happy for receiving higher salaries. The media moguls are happy because they are receiving a lot of money from the government and the political parties. And the politicians, the political leaders are very happy because nobody is basically criticizing them. There are very few media outlets, independent media outlets, that are refusing to take this money from the political parties and the government. And there are very few political parties that are refusing to enter this game by buying the media. When you have such a situation, talking about building the resilience to foreign authoritarian disinformation in a country like Romania it's really difficult. Why? Because those mainstream media, TV stations, websites, radio stations, are basically self-censorship. In those mainstream media, we are seeing self-censorship at a level never seen in democratic Romania. This self-censorship leads to the disappearance, basically, of the critical approach, to the critical speech. I will give you an example. 2 days ago, we published at G4 Media a story about the European Commission suspending the second payment for Romania, 3 billion euros, in the resilience, from the resilience funds, because Romania didn't manage to do all the reforms promised. So it's a huge topic, you must admit, talking about 3 billion euros blocked by the European Commission. I think no matter what, this is an important topic. So we published the story in the morning. The same day, the Minister for European Funds, which is the main actor in this story, was invited in 2 talk shows in TV stations, major central TV stations, and for at least 2 hours, that guy was not asked about that topic. Can you imagine this? So there's no critical thinking anymore in the main TV stations, main websites, main radio stations. So that leaves us, or leaves the independent media doing also this, building the resilience and debunking fake news and so on and so forth. But this is becoming harder and harder, more difficult, because now we have a heavily distorted media market. You can imagine the big media groups that are already powerful in the market, yes, because they are big, because they have big audiences, because they have impressive marketing and sales departments, and they are able to collect money from the advertising market through their audiences. In the same time, they are also taking a lot of money from the government and the political parties. So they have huge amounts of money in order to pay the salaries and in order to attract the best journalists from the market. In the same time, the rest of the media, the independent media, is struggling with the advertising, is trying to attract money through special projects funded by the civil society or by the European Commission or by some other funders. In the same time, they are refusing to take this money from the politicians, from the government and the political parties. And they are struggling, we are struggling to keep our best people into the newsrooms, because those people, those good journalists, they know that besides their daily basis work, daily coverage of the politics, economics, society and so on and so forth, they also have now to deal with a huge amount of misinformation, disinformation, propaganda coming from Russia's vectors in Romania. Nevertheless, many of the independent media outlets in Romania are doing this on a daily basis. We at G4 Media, we are doing this. Răzvan Chiruță, my colleague at presshub.ro, is doing this. We understood very well how important it is to discover in the first place how the Russian propaganda is working, which are the channels that the Russian propaganda is using. And I will tell you why is it important, because at this moment there is no Russian-owned media outlet in Romania. They are using various channels to spread the disinformation. They are using a lot the social media, and they are using lately, what we've seen, they are using a lot some local medias. They are somehow publishing stories in local media that are really, really small, of small importance when it comes to the national audiences, but they are publishing that story on a very, very small internet website in, I don't know what, small city, 500 kilometers away from Bucharest. And then through social media, spreading that link with that article so that it can reach huge audiences. This is one of the channels, this is one of the ways of spreading propaganda and disinformation. And we are doing this, and we are talking among us, the independent media outlets in Romania, and trying to set up collaborations, or trying to improve our tools through which we are discovering this way of the Russian propaganda, how it is spread and how it is used to change the public sentiment. Again, this is a daily task, a daily job for some of us, and we are more than happy to hear from our Bulgarian colleagues more information about how they are also doing in dealing with this phenomenon. Coming back to the state of the Romanian media, I don't think that in the long run a media landscape that looks like the Romanian one in this moment can build the resilience of the society. I don't know exactly how the Bulgarian media market is functioning, how functional is it, how independent from the politician is it. I presume that there are some similar issues with the Romanian market, but I think that what we have to fight for every day is to get rid of those political influences and get rid of those money from the politicians that are infecting our media markets, come back to a functional, free media market so that the journalists can be once again critical in their thinking, and once we will be all journalists again and have this critical approach and trying to uncover the truth all the time, I think building the resilience and fighting against Russian propaganda, or I don't know what other kind of propaganda, will be just a matter of daily job for everybody. Right now, as we speak, there is no preoccupation for this topic in the mainstream Romanian market. This means that the task of fighting with Russian propaganda is left in Romania on the shoulders of smaller media outlets, fewer media outlets, and this means that the resilience of the society is, I would dare to say, a distant dream. Thank you so much, and I would be more than happy to answer your questions if is the case. Thank you.
Thank you, Christian, for the very insightful presentations. I think the questions will come after we finish with the presentations. Преминаваме към следващия говорител.
We are switching to our next speaker, Mrs. Mirulu Bubanatova, one of the most prominent investigative journalists in Bulgaria, who is working jointly on independent projects and in national media. She is also supervisor of The Questions on TV1. She is a host of the broadcast. I will speak in Bulgarian. If anyone needs translation, now is the time to get your headset. I was very closely listening what my Romanian colleague said, and unfortunately, I have to say that we are on the same page on the problem with media independence, the way media is being run, the way major media outlets are not dealing as they should with the fight of fake news and fake information. As a matter of fact, this is a process that has not started just now. And I fully agree with Todor Galev, who said that our reaction, our response is too late when it comes to this type of information. And I think the problem with disinformation has never stopped existing, and the fact that the European institutions have paid closer attention probably in 2016. This is a problem of the European institutions. The Eastern European countries are fully aware that the propaganda has never left. And I will give you an example in just a few minutes. Actually, we will start this conversation today in the context of a war that seems as far as it is close to every one of us. And in a closer context of the narrow context of Bulgaria, this is the year Bulgaria is still at the bottom of various rankings. We are still at the bottom of the corruption ranking. We are still at the bottom of the poverty ranking in the European Union. We are in a very disadvantaged position in terms of the so-called media freedom, and this is also an indicator that my colleague have already mentioned, and this is education and literacy. A PISA study from 2 years ago says that nearly 50% of high school students never reach the minimum level of literacy. And you can imagine that these are the people that we expect to have critical thinking. And I think this is very optimistic, having this increasing basic literacy at the background. We cannot expect critical thinking, and the institution, as my colleague already said, are increasingly losing trust in them. The major media are losing trust in them, and there are various reasons for them. But this is the trap, because the less trust in them, in the media that has access to the public, the bigger the door for all types of manipulation that all these disappointed viewers can listen to and see on the various channels, information channels. And I think that building distrust in the major media is part of the disinformation channels, and is causing many of the problems in the other channels. And since this has a prehistory, I will try to take you back to it with something that I will ask. What do you connect this glass of water with? There are representatives of various countries and generations here, and I think each one of you would have a different meaning for that. For some, this is just a glass of water, and they're happy with that. Do you have a different association of just simply glass of water? Transparency, yes. Actually, what I want to talk about going back in time is the end of the communist regime in Bulgaria. I have already our colleagues from Romania said that we have special sentiments for regulations because we were too regulated. But going back in time, I was an 8th grader in 1989 when the communist regime ended in Bulgaria. And recently, in the context of fake news, conspiracy theories, disinformation, misinformation, I started thinking about that period, and I started wondering what I connect the end of the regime with. And one of the things I connected with, and I'm increasingly thinking about that, is a glass of water in front of the TV. Probably some of you will remember this face, this man, and the jars of water. Why do we go back in time so much? Maybe you'll find it funny, but we are a society that saw the end of the regime and democracy sitting with a glass of water in front of the TV screen twice a week. These are millions of people in Russia and in Bulgaria that greeted with a mass hypnosis from a hypnosis. This man is the so-called Kashpirovsky. Maybe some of you remember it, and I don't know if my Romanian colleagues have sat in front of the TV with a glass of water, but we did, and we were a society that welcomed a democracy and freedom, believing that problems can be solved with glass of water in front of the TV, and you can solve with it health, social, any type of problem. And you can imagine the huge manipulation, because that was a state policy to screen for the public. And I will give you just 20 seconds of it if you remember it. You may find it funny, but imagine that people like the Bulgarians who lived in a total lack of information, we were a very an easy prey to all types of shamans. This is how the shamans used to look like. Now they look differently. But why do I go back so much in time and give you this example? Because during the time of socialism, many things, maybe even everything, was forbidden. Some things were not. For example, all types of fortune tellers. Maybe you have heard of Vanga. But in the background of all these bands, the conspiracy theories and rumors and fortune tellers were not banned. And I think that was part of a very interesting state policy in which the same formal official information which people do not believe came, and it was the same source of all these healing and all these secrets that people believed true came from. And as a socialist society, we should realize that we grew up with this attitude of not believing official information but believing everything else. This is the trap where the society keeps following. Just that the channels are different. And if we think 30 years later where we are, maybe you will realize that national Bulgarian television, which is being funded by the state budget, had a broadcast that was called Broadcast for Mystics, Science and Conspiracy Theories. This is not just a niche TV channel that no one knows. This is the state television and was hosted by Stoicho Kerev, a well-known Bulgarian host who also has a YouTube channel for conspiracy theories. He was the host of the largest publicistic broadcast, and his books, which are associated with conspiracy theories, were one of the best-selling books on the Bulgarian market. And I'm saying this because on the one hand, we have this 50% of illiterate youth, Bulgarian youth, that do not read. And on the other hand, we have their parents and grandparents who still read, but in the context of the man with the glass of water. Maybe this does not come as a surprise because 30 years ago, the Bulgarian military had a project to look for something in a village of Tsarichina. That project was led by an extrasense. This is the Bulgarian Defense Ministry. This is not just a volunteer team. And in the context of that, maybe it will not come as a surprise if I tell you that the so-called Bulgarian military channel, which was also funded by the state budget, has broadcast twice a month for esoterics. And this is happening today. It was not something that happened 30 years ago. The Bulgarian military channel, which is under the Ministry of Defense, and as I said at the beginning of my presentation, it was a state policy to distribute conspiracy theories and rumors, maybe to mislead the society that this is not coming from the official government. There are broadcasts that are being funded by the state budget, and the question is what the state policy on conspiracy theories and disinformation is today. Because, as Božidar Božanov said, we already have legal framework on disinformation. We have various agencies which are dealing with the way the misinformation, disinformation is being spread and affecting society. But as Todor said, this responsibility is so much spread over different institutions that no one is doing their job in the end. And the major question is about political will. And the question is how these rumors affect society today and how are they being spread in the small communities? Because, as my Romanian colleague said, the small communities have great importance, and the channels spreading information there are also important. And 3 years ago, maybe, there was, and I think the Bulgarian audience here will remember, there was a rumor that Roma children will be taken away from their parents. It was just said in the context of a propaganda narrative about Norway that the Norwegians will come and take our children and sell them for body parts. And it might sound funny here, but I will go back to the level of literacy and literal critical thinking in a community just like the Roma. And it had an immediate effect on them. And I will remind you how it looked like. This is a rumor that was spread in a small community, and the result it produced.
Децата са от страх, че социалните служби ще им ги отнемат.
Може да си представите, тези хора си...
You can only imagine all these people rushing to take back their children from the kindergarten because there was a rumor that somebody would take them away from them. People who deal with propaganda and information as a weapon know that this type of rumors are never started by chance. There is always an objective behind this, either to divert the attention or to test how information would be received. The interesting thing is that after this happened, the national security services and the Ministry of the Interior said that they were going to look for the source of this rumor. However, so far, as you can imagine, nobody has been trialed for instilling this panic, which can also be dangerous, and you can see this. What's interesting is that unofficially it's known that the suspects for this type of rumors, and not only for this, are, for example, the pastors in the local religious communities and other leaders. But the pastors in religious communities in such places with minorities, for example, with Roma minorities, are very influential on the community. And it is there that all Russian narratives go through, related to taking away children or how dangerous vaccines are. And this is not something which has started today, for sure. These are communities that politicians are interested in because political propaganda also passes through these communities before elections. So, for one reason or another, neither the security services nor political parties are interested in these. Political parties also want to seduce them in order to use them during the elections. We reach politicians. The huge problem is when we talk about politicians, and it's not by chance that they become some of the most serious conduits of propaganda narratives of late. Probably this is not by chance also, but in view of the idea about freedom of speech, in which I deeply believe. However, they remain unpunished by definition because political speeches are released from liability, because it's considered that politicians, especially parliamentary represented politicians, have a right to an opinion, and it is not subject to control revision, let alone liability. And we reach a very recent example with a simple story in what happens to independent journalists who are trying to do their daily job and not to make deep research, but normal stories. It's about a story of Emilia Milcheva, published in Deutsche Welle. When I say story, I would like to underline that it's a story, it's not an analysis, not something written on a desk, not a desk analysis. Colleague Milcheva went to gather opinions by volunteers who were gathering signatures for a referendum against the euro and for maintaining the Bulgarian lev, organized by one political party from Bulgaria. The colleague was at a public space. She asked questions, she held a conversation, she presented herself as a journalist. She was not hiding in any way. She was trying to make a few pictures in order to visualize where she conducted the interviews. For all of you here, it's known that this is the ABC of a story, to go there, to gather authentic opinions, to recreate the atmosphere, without qualifications, without adjectives. This is the work of a journalist, to tell where he was, who he spoke to, and what they told him or her, and to visualize this with a video or with pictures. The moment the colleague Emilia Milcheva tried to make a picture, people started verbally attacking her, accusing her that she was taking personal data. And what's more, they called the police because they claimed that the colleague Emilia Milcheva was not obedient to the public order. Who are the services working for, is the question. Whether Bulgarian journalists are capable of doing their normal job, because there came a police car. The policeman there made the journalist signed a protocol that she was not going to violate the public order, and she was not aggressive to those people who were gathering the signature just because they claimed she was violating the public order. The police were making her sign this protocol, and this is a very serious thing. Bulgarian journalists find it hard to work on the streets. This is not possible because it is considered as violating public order. She was forced to delete her pictures, and there was nothing which could be called personal data because these were pictures done on the street. Nevertheless, she was forced to do it with the cooperation of the Bulgarian police. So you can imagine what level of independence of journalism we have here, or freedom of speech we have in Bulgaria. It's almost zero. However, the next day, this party organized a press conference at the Bulgarian Telegraphic Agency, which is also supported by the national budget. At this dedicated press conference, these representatives of the party, they dedicated a lot of time on this to threaten this journalist, ruining her image. You know that one of the weapons of propaganda is to destroy the image of somebody, to talk lies about somebody, for this person to be accused of things they haven't done. And so the first thing is to threaten this person so that he steps back, steps back. This is a sign to everybody else, so that people who think about dealing with sensitive topics would not dare to continue, because this is violence. When you have representatives of political parties and lie about a journalist, this is violence. And there is no public reaction on part of other political parties against this violence. There was almost no public reaction on part of journalists, apart from individual journalists from the Association of European Journalists. However, this association is not so vociferous. In fact, these public threats give result because we have fewer and fewer critical voices. We have more and more conformism, and the understanding of what freedom of speech is almost not there. And this is not a result of the last couple of years. This happened in the last 15 years or so, and it's hard to go back. And I agree with the colleagues from Romania. We shouldn't expect great results for all the reasons that we enumerated. This is a good beginning, this conversation. It is a belated conversation. It's too late. And in reality, Bulgarian security services and the Bulgarian political elite, who are they actually working for? Is it by chance that nobody is treating the problem of disinformation, or has this always been like this and now we're turning attention to it? Because yes, on the one hand, we don't have administrative capacity, as the previous Minister of E-Government said, but on the other hand, nobody made an effort for this to happen in the past few years. And in the public debate, we don't see the topic of that information and disinformation are serious weapons. We just observe the final results, how certain narratives can cause rioting. We have already seen this, how certain narratives can cause exiting the European Union. We have already seen this, but we haven't seen the topic of information used as a weapon, which is really threatening us, let alone to see something which can be called taking measures. Yes, we are at a part of Europe which sees, in which we have been over-regulated, and we don't like regulation. One can always talk about censorship and misuse this, but the conversation needs to start somewhere, because we have seen where it can lead to. And yes, it's a huge problem that in Bulgaria we almost don't have any technological instruments discriminating against misleading information, disinformation faster, because Bulgarian language is a small language spoken by not a lot of people, and we'll talk about this. So we have to take care on our own with the knowledge that we have and with the few tools that we have. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for the interesting presentation. Ralica Kovacheva, Editor-in-Chief of FactCheck BGN, lecturer of journalism in Sofia University. She checked facts as a part of an initiative of the European journalists in Bulgaria. Thank you. While listening to the colleagues, I remembered how I have a close friend. She calls from time to time asking me to tell her what is happening on the political sphere, to summarize the news, and when I start explaining to her, I sound like the colleagues who spoke before me. This is not okay, this is not right, this is how things stand objectively. And in the end she always says, and now give me something optimistic for 1 minute. And when I listened to the colleagues, I was wondering, what would my 1 minute of optimism be? What positive thing could I say against the background of all of this? Of course, I agree with everything that was said. The picture which was drawn by the Romanian colleagues, this is largely the same in Bulgaria, and even the current information and disinformation topics are the same. You heard about the bugs which Europe is making us eat. We are eating the same narrative in Bulgaria. So this is all like this. But I'm going to try to tell you what we're trying to do in FactCheck BG. Firstly, because I really think that this is a worthwhile effort to mention, because this is the first systemic and continuous effort to address disinformation as a problem, because we've been working since May 2021. I hope we're able to continue working. So let me tell you what we are doing. And lastly, apart from doing it, we're trying to look for new forms, new methods. Many of us are also working on research projects, so we're trying to test some new strategies. We are trying to work on the pre-bunking principle, trying to forecast topics that have a potential of disinformation at one point on them, and to prepare the facts, if possible, to do in an easy to understand way. The second thing we're trying to do is checking information and statements which are distributed actively in the Bulgarian public domain. We are held by our readers who send letters all the time, alerts. Please check this, please check this. And thirdly, and the most complex things we are doing, and which takes a lot of time and effort, and where we are experimenting, is deep, in-depth research, where we are trying to go beyond the boundaries of the concrete facts and to go one level up to see the distribution of these narratives, where they come from, what do they pass through, how many times a year have they recurred, which are the Bulgarian channels they are using. And I believe that what we have done so far gives us a very broad picture. By the way, it is being confirmed to a large degree by the few other existing pieces of research on this, some of them by the CSD. There is another team in the Foundation on Humanitarian Studies, which is also working on this, but there are not a lot of pieces of research in Bulgaria on this.
This picture confirms what Mira has already said, that we, by following the journalist principle, follow the words, have known for years who are the people, the organizations, parties, channels, that this foreign malicious influence is being spread in Bulgaria. What someone should have done long time ago is to follow with non-journalistic methods the money and other traces that could lead us to any specific results, and these channels, these actors, economic players to be exposed. This is why we have provided maybe not evidence but arguments a long time ago, and unfortunately this did not happen. My first journalistic article on disinformation, which surprisingly took me to the Russian propaganda issue, was on energy. And I'm not saying that because it's strange to connect energy and Russia, but it was the spring of 2014 when everybody was discussing Crimea's annexation, and there was no logic. This would be the topic to work on. But Bulgaria had another issue. We were working on South Stream, and I found two things. First of all, the Russian claims, any Russian claims, penetrated Bulgaria very quickly and very easily through mainstream media. They actually didn't need any troll organization, through political parties, and were being spread en masse, not through special organizations, but for the simple, well-known practice of copy-paste in online space. Bulgaria has hundreds and thousands of websites that are working on this principle. And as a colleague of mine calls them multipliers, and they spread information without caring where it comes from. So I support Mira for what she said. These are neither new narratives nor they are new channels, new mechanisms for distribution of information. Simply, they have been neglected very conveniently for a long time. Of course, some of them benefited from that politically and financially, and for others, it was just they were just neglected topic. And what I think is a turning point here is that it's actually started in the world earlier. In 2016, we legitimized this absolute relativism and the right of everyone, as we say in Bulgaria, to have their own point of view and make a decision for themselves because that's how they feel. And of course, you know, this is what produced the major results. You know what happened, the elections in the United States and Trump's victory, Brexit, then the pandemic. And in a strange way, this echoed in Bulgaria later on when amid all the global mobilization trying to take measures and convince the people that this is important, in Bulgaria, quite officially, two medical councils were created. The experts from one council supported one position and one type of measures and what the virus and how to cope with it is, and another council, an alternative council with alternative facts on the issue. And the government officially said these scientists cannot agree with each other. We have freedom of speech. Everyone has the right of their own opinion. Let them come to an agreement. How can we then convince the people to trust the science, the governments, the media? I wouldn't even try that. And this has somehow opened a door that has been being pushed on the outside, but we were still able to kind of keep it closed. But this totally opened that door for a full lack of public consensus, both political and human, on any type of issue. Maybe this is difficult to explain for those who are not very well familiar with the Bulgarian media context that has become popular recently, especially the last year about the war. This is the other point of view. Bulgaria has respected media experts and journalists, people holding high institutional positions who claim that we must have 2 points of view on any issue. There is no arguments why 2 instead of 5, 10, or any simple number, but under this mask of the 2 points of view, we are being provided with quite brazenly with information about the war in Ukraine. The same thing happened during the COVID pandemic. And there is no way to see public reaction to that because we have already told the people that anyone can have their own opinion, not because they have supporting facts, but because they how feel about this issue. They are free to have any opinion. And secondly, because our state, in the face of its institutions, the elected representatives, refused to take position and to say, we have been elected, you elected us, it is our job to protect you from the war or COVID, and this is our line of behavior, and we will follow it because this is our duty. There is no such thing. And you see, and what our colleagues said, this is years long. Maybe it's not, it wasn't a wave back then, it's a wave now. It used to be just a slow flow of disinformation coming from Moscow. And this has produced results now when Bulgaria has to decide, are we following the sanctions? Are we stopping the Russian propaganda channels? Are we sending weapons to Ukraine? Bulgaria cannot make a decision for once. And beside all that, Bulgaria there is an opposition against the stopping of Russian propaganda channels because that they called it a censorship. So Russia was able to make maybe half ally for itself in the European Union. And there it goes, a minute of optimism. But what I want to say in the end, yes, we have made many mistakes. There are many gaps. We have missed doing many things. Of course, the long-term decisions in education, as Mira said, she is right. We have a huge problem with literacy, media literacy specifically, and the institutions themselves, and I'm not sure how far you're aware of that, but my impression for the last few years is that the institutions, in terms of their public communication, do not accept rebuffing of facts and presenting true facts. They don't think this is their duty. They say, we have PR offices, we release press releases, the rest is not our job. And this is very surprising. We don't have any other choice except dealing with, working with what we have, the institutions we have, the journalists we have. So what I wish to see happening is, at the end of the day, the people who are working on that to collect the true facts, the real facts, and present them to the society. Of course, our efforts are really small to what is coming in terms of disinformation, but we are the ones providing these facts. We're trying to spread them. And those who can use them, whether institutions, other media, educational institutions, they need to try to reach the people that Mira told us about, the most vulnerable groups. And I think this is our greatest job. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
And now I'll open the floor for a short discussion. Please present yourself.
Thank you very much. My name is Thorsten Geisler. I represent Atlantic Council. And I think what has become clear, there will never be equality of arms. Our enemies or adversaries, they can spread fake news. We cannot. They can buy trolls. We cannot. They can buy journalists. We cannot. They can buy bots and program them. We cannot. We have to fear elections. They don't have to fear elections. So the equality of arms is a dream that will never exist in our system. So it is about winning the hearts and minds of the people. And we always focus at the minds of the people. Because we're educated people, we make our decisions by rational choice, and we think that most of the people also make their decisions by rational choice. But that's an illusion, I think has become very clear. All the examples that have been shown up today, and I'm very grateful for them, have shown that there is one motivation factor which influences human personality most. And that's not greed, as many might think, it's fear. People spread fear who want to shatter our democratic system. You must not get vaccinated, you will die. Your children will be taken away. The euro will destroy your little prosperity. The Jewish will destroy your life. That was the message that Hitler used to come to power. He did not spread facts. He used prejudice and disinformation. And the democratic politicians were not able to address these fears. That was why he was so successful. So we must think, if you want to win a war or battle, you must learn to think like the enemy. What does the enemy do and why? And if you analyze that and know what his strategy is, then you can also find a counter strategy. And I think the most important factor is always fear. What will be the fears that the animal will address? And if we know them, we can be proactive. Otherwise, we will always be reacting. And if the one mind is here between the ears, it's very difficult to fight it. So we must become proactive in developing strategies against fear.
Thank you. If I may add something, I'm pretty sure that the enemy, as you said, is using this fear factor just as efficient as some companies are using this fear factor when they are advertising, for example, medicines and so on and so forth. So it's well known the success of this factor. And I think it's a good point to think in advance how the enemy will use the fears of the society. And I think that organizations like your organization or like our hosts or organizations in our country in Romania could help us, the journalists, find in advance those fears that the society has so that we can look into them and try to understand in advance what is what the enemy is going to do. I think this is a task that the researchers and the civil society could do to help the independent journalists. Thank you.
Do we have more? Yeah.
I want to continue what Mr. Geisler said, and to ask, why not buy trolls? He said we cannot buy trolls, but why not? Why shouldn't we do that? Buy trolls and use them for a good reason. And I think the main issue, from my point of view, is how to get to people who believe fake news. Isn't that an idea to use the same ways? I mean, telling something like, for example, the example I presented it earlier with the meat. Why not publish an article with the title, "You cannot believe it. UE is not forbidden meet or shocking news from EU. I mean, maybe it would be an idea to use the same tools and the same ways they use to combat them. Thank you.
Всъщност ние не можем.
We cannot make people not feel fear. These emotions are used, and not only recently, and not only for disinformation, but if we look at those who spread fake news, if we consider them like drug traffickers, then it would be easier for us to think how we could, or how the services, secret services, could do. So then they could use the same methods. They would enter the illegal networks where these transactions are taking place. They would be looking for those who ordered the actions, not only the simple disseminator in the network, the troll. So the problem is that nobody is considering the dissemination of misinformation as the distribution of drugs or human trafficking. And it could be considered as organized crime because there is a person who is ordering this, there are direct people who are executing it, and there are victims. The victims are those targeted in society. These are the victims of such operations for dissemination of fake news or misinformation. But nobody is investigating these as a type of crime which has its funding, it has people who are ordering it, just as killings have somebody who has ordered them. And misinformation about child taking away children, somebody has ordered this as well. And this should be able to investigate. And the problem is when a piece of information is a crime and when information is something we have the right to. And this is the thin line. When investigation is of a crime and something could be considered as censorship and removing the right of an opinion. But from everything we learn and hear is we see there is no capacity for investigating such type of crime for different reasons. And in fact, yes, censorship and the fear of censorship is the defense of those who disseminate misinformation.
For your questions and comments, we'll have the opportunity to continue the one or a short one, please.
Very short. Sorry, I just want to say, on top of the efforts we make to combat disinformation, we should also consider what efforts can be made within a society to address the gaps that worsen those fears, whether those are economic or political or social. Those gaps need to be addressed, and that's something that we need to look at ourselves for as well. So we can, of course, create an arms race, a technological arms race where we battle bots against bots, but we also have to look at how our society works and how the gaps in that society exacerbate the problems of fear and disinformation around fear.
Thank you. I invite you now to join us for lunch. Question for the next session. The lunch will be at the lobby. Next session will start at 1:30 and we'll have time for more discussion. Thank you.
Hi, can you hear?
excuse himself because something urgent happened, of personal thing happened this morning, so he's not be able to join us. Which is actually, unfortunately, bad news because they developed something quite new and I think very interesting. So, kind of IT solution that allows to monitor for networks of interconnected websites based on the technical specifics of the website. So let's say on the source code of the website, and because I have the chance to look at the initial results of this research, they have identified a network of about 400 websites across Europe, not in Bulgaria, but across Europe, that have been engaged in very strong disinformation campaigns. So spreading a lot of disinformation, and all these 400 websites are actually actually grouped in a number of something like between 20 and 30 networks or clusters that could be traced to be each of the clusters to have most probably, a common owner, because the websites in the cluster not only republish the same content, but also in many cases they are hosted on with the same internet service provider. They have a lot of similarities in their source code and so on and so on. So I do believe this is a kind of research that will be very promising in the future. Because it gives another layer of analysis to the usual content analysis or monitoring and analysis of online content. So without to delay more with this, I will give the floor to Andrei Tagarev, who is presenting his company On2Text here. He has over a decade of experience in machine self-learning and language technologies, and is involved in semantic data integration. He is actively working on the topic of identifying and combating disinformation with a focus on processing large amount of text data from social networks and enriching it with machine methods. Actually, On2Text is one of the, I would say, world-leading companies in terms of semantic technologies, and they are very well known also for their research, including within projects funded by the European Commission, and also for working with a number of very prominent clients, including, if I'm not wrong, with the Library of Congress, with BBC, and so on. So, Andrei, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. So, I think this is changing slides. So, yeah, my company has been working on projects related to research in combating disinformation since 2014, and myself, I've been part of those projects since about 2016. So we have tried quite a few varied approaches and have been working with a lot of journalists along the way, and more recently we have started working on some projects that are expanding to more general users, to working with police authorities and police officers trying to tackle disinformation and so on. What I'll be presenting today is a little bit of an introduction to a tool that we have developed and is available right now called the Database of Known Fakes, which is very broadly a collection of known debunking articles and fake news information, fake news and disinformation related content. But I'll mostly be focusing on one of our current avenues of research that's aimed at basically this idea of pre-bunking that was already mentioned a few times, and the possibility to partially predict what kind of fake news and disinformation will appear in a local context in the future, at least in the near future, or recognize it very quickly when it does. Basically, I'm going to be presenting a lot of stuff from the point of view of how the data is connected and what kind of data is available there. Starting with the very basic claim review model, I imagine most of you have heard about it. It breaks down the journalist written article into the claim and the debunk. The claim is a short bit of text explaining what the fake claim being made is, and the debunk is a larger journalistic article. So I'm giving an example here that most of you probably can't quite read, but it's a very recent one about the earthquake that hit Turkey. Basically, there's on a bunch of social media, including a specific Facebook post, there's a video claiming to show buildings collapsing during the earthquake, and then the debunking article is explaining how this is actually an old video, several years old, from China for planned demolition of buildings. So it's reusing content while changing the context. Now, what we do in the database of known fakes, once we grab the core of the article, is start building on top of it with additional information. So in one direction here, we see what we call an appearance, is actually where in social media this claim is being made. You can, in this case, that specific Facebook post, also TikTok videos and a bunch of other places. It's kind of collecting this this instance of the claim being made in a whole bunch of places already into a single entity. In the other direction, we have the evidence being used to debunk things. Evidence, in this case, is a link to the original Chinese article discussing these illegal buildings being going through a planned collapse by the government. And that's where the video actually comes from. So in a sense, the evidences are supposed to be very convincing specific things you can use to debunk the claim, and can in a way be reused in the future. Now on top of that, we build a whole bunch of enrichments onto the text, the images, the videos, and so on. We identify key concepts, we build connections based on them, we index images and videos for visual similarity searching and so on. Now, all of this ends up in the database of known fakes. Currently, it has over 80,000 claims and debunks from over 30 fact-checking sources around the world. We have enriched them with over 1,700 appearances and 750,000 of evidence links. And all this data is available as both searchable by a variety of ways. Now, faceted search means you can kind of do a full text search on the data and then cut it in terms of what concepts are mentioned, who's published it, when it was published, when it appeared, stuff like that. There's multilingual searching, which allows you to find similar claims being made in different languages, which is actually quite common. These fake news claims get quite literally translated and reused a lot of the time. We have visual similarity search that lets us detect images and videos, like the example of the building's collapse, that get reused over time. And we have a more complex multimodal search, which basically allows a user to ask a very broad question, like, this social media post looks suspicious. Do you have any debunks that seem related? And we are extending the database of known fakes currently in a number of different directions. One is multilingual concept tagging and linking. Now, this is a field in NLP, but basically the idea is to detect important entities within the text. Now, that could be mentions of a person, like say Joe Biden or Boyko Borisov or someone. It could be a location or an organization. such as mentions of Turkey, for example, or a given company, but they can be more generic. It can be discussions of given technologies like 5G towers. It could be events like earthquakes and so on. And this further extends into work on event detection, which is kind of building on that, connecting multiple concepts into the idea of something specific occurring. Now, in the case of events, the earthquake that hit Turkey would be one kind of event detected by the system that would allow us to group up all claims talking about that, for example. Another type of event could be fighting in a specific city in Ukraine, for example, or the claim that vaccines cause autism. All kinds of different things can be treated as events. We also were doing work on archiving appearances, because one of the major problems in fighting disinformation is that by the time you're done explaining why the social media post is wrong, it might have gotten taken down, or you have just written this complex article explaining why, and a day later it gets deleted and people can't see it anymore, which is why archiving is important. And also the identification and retrieval of visual content I mentioned, because it is very commonly used. The last point, modeling disinformation campaigns and the spread of disinformation, is what the rest of this presentation will be focusing more on. So in a way, I like to think of the structure of disinformation in a very simplified way of having two major dimensions. The one that's more complex and often more interesting to investigative journalists is who are the actors or initiators behind the disinformation, what's their goal, what narrative they're trying to talk about. Now, this is, in a local sense, very interesting and important to understand what's actually happening, but it doesn't generalize very well to other contexts. And the other direction is, in fact, how this kind of disinformation spreads around the world, what gets reused, what topics get discussed, how it adapts to the local context for the needs of the local actors in disinformation. And the kind of disinformation spread that we'll be talking about, it's very much in the second dimension, which is, I think, more clearly, well, it's at least more clear to me how semi-automated tools can be developed to assist people in tracking and anticipating this kind of spread between different contexts. So I have a couple examples here, starting with one of the first case, well, not the first cases, but from the beginning of COVID, when disinformation really took off, when everyone was on social media all the time because we were all in lockdown. And there were initially a bunch of harmless bits of disinformation that were still being debunked, but it was kind of difficult to explain to people what the big deal was. So this specific example I have up here is the idea that you make hot water with lemon, so essentially lemon tea, and drink that if you have COVID, and it's going to help you recover. Now, there's absolutely no evidence that tea helps you recover from COVID, but also it's not harmful. I mean, if you already have it, the vaccine wasn't around yet, what's the big deal? And this thing took off very early on, like beginning of March 2020, it was already being made. It was an ancient Indian guru who told people that. And then it was an imperial Chinese physician who actually told you that that's what you do for these diseases. And it made its way across Asia, through Africa, South America, North America, all the way through Europe. It made its way to Bulgaria by October of that year. At which point Baba Vanga actually predicted that's how you find COVID, of course. So there's this clear example of, it's a very simple fix, hot water, lemon cures COVID. And also the local adaptation of some respectable nebulous figure from the local folklore, essentially, is the one that actually has the secret. And it's your special nation that knows the secret. That's why no one else is using it. But the issue here is that as these things were being used, and initially no one really saw all that much harm in it, it was actually building channels for spreading disinformation. So it was getting reused, but also people locally were starting to get used to getting their truth from certain places. And now this is a slightly more upsetting example, but a slightly older one as well. It's a video from a Russian hospital in, I think it was Novosibirsk, I forget, but basically a drunk patient attacks a nurse and a doctor in the hallway. They're caught on camera. It's locally immediately big news because it's a very evocative, emotional video of a drunk guy punching out a nurse and a doctor. But that started getting reused over time. Every 6 months or so, it would pop up in a new country. It was in France, it was an Algerian immigrant punching out a doctor and a nurse in a hospital. In Italy, it was a Moroccan. In Turkey, it was a Syrian, and so on. So it was always an immigrant. The rest of the description was accurate. The video got blurrier and blurrier every time it got copied and pasted, so you couldn't really see what the guy looks like anymore. So it could be an immigrant from anywhere. And it popped up over years. It got reused over and over and over again. It was always used against immigrants, but of course, where the immigrant is from, adapted to the local context. So the fact is that for as worried as we are for about ChatGPT generating text or images and videos being generated, a lot of the time it's actually very blurry video that's been copied and pasted half a dozen or a dozen times that's being used to spread disinformation, because it doesn't need to be high quality or very specific. It just needs to evoke an emotional reaction. So what we're working towards is building first a model for how to represent these things. So we're talking about claims before, and I'm going to be calling these claim instances and combining them into a larger cluster of related claims. So if we think of the COVID one, each time it pops up in a new country, it's the same claim, then it's a new instance of the same cluster. Or in the case of the immigrant video, every time it pops up in a new country again, only slightly changing, it's going to be a new claim, but part of the same cluster. It makes it much quicker and easier to debunk this content because you have all of your convincing evidence already there, including the fact that it's been falsely claimed to 6 previous times. So obviously it didn't happen here and now. It's been claimed 8 times over the last 5 years. And now the instances still have their appearances in their debunking articles, same as before. That's what we're working with in the database. And we're kind of trying to generalize what's connecting the various instances into a single cluster from that. And this is, at this point you can't really see anything, but we have off of the main cluster, which is in red, both the reused content, so either hot water and lemon or the specific video. And we also have the adaptive content, which is the specific things that are being changed in order to generate a new instance of the claim. So the immigrant is from a new place and they attacked in a new city. Or it's someone local to us making the claim about hot water and lemon being a cure. So I have some more recent examples here, including an example of how this all gets kind of modeled. So you might have seen this, it was popular over the last few months, this idea that due to climate change, these evil pro-fighting climate change people want to harm your pets. The first time it appeared, it was the World Economic Forum wants to murder your cats and dogs because dogs generate carbon dioxide, so they're bad for the environment, let's kill all the dogs. And the debunkers, it was relatively easy to contact the World Economic Forum and be like, hey, did you say kill all the dogs? And they're like, no, what are you talking about? And okay, it's debunked. But a month later, it appears again. But it's been adapted a little bit. This time it's climate activists want to do something to your cats. So it's still a pet, but they changed it a little bit. The more important adaptation being, instead of a specific organization or person wanting to harm your pet, it's climate activists now. How do you get in touch with climate activists to confirm that none of them want to kill your pets? Obviously, it's too generic. That's where being aware of the previous context comes in really handy, because you can show it being adapted and reused and popping up with only slight variations. And the way they adapt it is they use the different image of a sad puppy and so on. So it's actually, again, very oriented around the visual content as well, because people read the article, they see the first image in the article, they read the title of the article, sorry. They see the first image, which is in the first case an evil globalist pro-fighting climate change person and a puppy in a cage. And the second The second time they just chose a picture of a very sad-looking puppy. So it's adapting in a whole bunch of different ways, but there are also a whole bunch of specific things being reused there. So it allows you to detect this being reused again. Now we're in the early stages. We have modeled about a few dozen examples of various sizes in this way. And there are some open questions here that, I'm very, very much open to feedback if any of you have thoughts on them afterwards. And the first open question we have right now is what's the scope of things? Now, I have an example here of all the various claims around vaccines being bad or harmful that were made just in 2021. Of course, that was the topic of the year. But is vaccines bad a cluster, or is it too big? What's happening there? Because there were claims being made about animals dying from being near vaccines, about the vaccines being developed by war criminals, about the vaccines not having undergone clinical trials, about them genetically modifying humans, about them being harmful to pregnant women, about them, like some of them are really wild, like the vaccines contain immortal creatures and that's bad, which it's not even clear what's being claimed. So generally speaking, it's a very, very broad topic. And it becomes a question of these instances and clusters. How big should they be? Should they be of wildly varying sizes? Should there maybe be a hierarchy there where clusters have superclusters and so on? Or are we really talking about something that doesn't have specific clusters? It all just bleeds into each other slowly, so we can build connections between claims and kind of identify things that way. But we are not really, we're not really modeling a single cluster. So that's the question of scope. And the second major open question we have right now is, imagine we finish the model, we get enough examples confirmed by people that we train a semi-automated machine approach to suggesting things that might recently pop up or might soon pop up wherever you are but haven't yet, or they might suggest that something that just appeared is related to a cluster of disinformation that's already known. If we can do that, it's a bit of an open question of what's really supposed to happen. I mean, journalists will maybe get some time to prepare, or at least be warned very early on that it's happening. But ideally, what we would want to do is get ahead of it. Like before it really takes off, we're able to cut it off and then get the real information out to people. But it's not clear who and how is really going to get that out. We were discussing over lunch with some people the idea of you can do kinds of marketing campaigns, you can make it accessible to people ahead of time, you can just inform. But it's very much an open question. I mean, I think it's the most difficult questions we have right now. Even if you've proved something is wrong, how do you actually convince people? Or even if you've, in this case, anticipated something ahead of time, how do you actually reach people in time? So yeah, that's my presentation. This is very much ongoing research. Both the model and the amount of examples we have is flexible and changing all the time. So let me know if you have any questions either about the database or the model.
Okay, thank you very much, Andrei. Actually, let's do in this way after each presentation of this session, because the presentations are quite technical and very different in topics. If you have any immediate questions, please ask them now. So they still all.
Yeah. Okay. So about a short comment about the hierarchy and clusters and stuff like that. I don't know what's best for you, but I cannot stop thinking that hierarchy should be ambivalent, maybe, not the best word, but a cluster should be subordinated to more than one supercluster, because otherwise at some point it stops making sense. Now my two questions very related. One, if you have worked to optimize your website for Google search, because I'm thinking that one of the ideal outcomes for you would be that if I am looking for propaganda, instead of reaching what I want to reach, I can find your text, which is considered relevant by Google. And the second and very related question is if you are working in any way with Google again, who has a program, I don't think that in these languages, but generally has a program whereby they hope that they can find a way to algorithmically present alternative correct information when you search for something that is vulnerable to disinformation. And they want to do this again algorithmically. I would not trust Facebook with that, but I think that Google has perhaps a better track record. So I'm curious if you are involved in that and how it works, if you are.
Maybe collect the other questions, and after that, Andrei will answer.
I'm Vlado. Don't worry. We really look alike with Vasil. So my name is Vladimir Petkov. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Identitrix. And my questions for Andrei are, I'm almost certain that this is built on top of GraphDB, one of maybe the best knowledge graph in the world, a product of Authoritarian. So if it's built on GraphDB, is it open for other implementations? So like, is there an endpoint where we can directly work with the graph? This is question number one. And question number two is the ontology on which is used to build all these. Is it open? Can we study it? And is it easy for us to integrate with what you have already done? And by the way, congratulations. This looks like an amazing and extremely hard data engineering from tech perspective.
Any other questions? Or, okay, let's Andrei answer this, and if they come other.
Okay, so over the questions in order. The first one, the question of optimizing for search discovery. I think our database of known fakes does have the text from the debunking articles, but our goal is not for our example or our demonstration website to serve those texts. Those are still written and developed by the debunker. So in all cases, anyone who wants to read them, we redirect them to the original publishing organization. We're collecting data from Facebook third-party fact checkers / international fact-checking network members. So the question then is, I'm sure all of them are optimizing their websites for discoverability, but a lot of this disinformation, anyone who wants to go and search out the truth, they're already way ahead of the curve. Unfortunately, a lot of the people being convinced by the bad content online, they're passively it's being targeted at them, or not specifically at them, but it's being broadcast at them, I should say. And in a way to really be effective, we need to interrupt that kind of transmission. We can't rely on people proactively going out to search for the truth, because at that point we've kind of won.
A quick comment. So my idea was not people who are searching for the truth, but people who are searching for the falsehood. People who are actually buying into the narrative, into the misinformation, and they're trying to build their culture on that. And at some point, maybe they get served by Google, who considers relevant, debunking content, which would have a certain organic quality and perhaps would be more believable than a very official effort.
I mean, it's definitely worth trying. I think a lot of the fact is, though, these people, even the ones that are searching for the fake stuff, they're not actually searching for it. They are just natively surrounded by it, and that's what the social media, that's really the problem with the social media. It's broadcasting it at them until they get convinced, and by the time they might decide to go and search for more of that specific kind of disinformation, they've already kind of seen so much of it that they're sort of convinced, and the social media has decided that's what they believe anyway. So it's certainly worthwhile to make it more easily discoverable, but I think we can't avoid having to interrupt the cycle of it being broadcast at them. Now for your second question, which was around Google suggesting the truth and so on, and I mean, Facebook and Twitter, they do some version of that in a much more limited way. One of the things we developed in the previous project was an assistant in the form of a browser plugin, Chrome plugin specifically, that it was working with the multimodal search. So it was simplifying the task as much as possible. You see that was developed for a tweet for demonstration purposes, but you see a social media post that you are somewhat hesitant about believing. It's the idea was that there's a single click search by everything contained in that post that gives possible matches within the database of known fakes of existing debunks. It doesn't tell you whether it's true or false. It just says, hey, I have these top 3 results and they seem to have good scores, or I have this one result, but it's not a very good match, that kind of stuff. So it's kind of an intermediate step. The person still has to do something, but we make it as easy as possible for them to actually get the information out. The current level it's at is a very early prototype to just demonstrate that it's possible to search in that way. And we definitely need to improve it a lot and work on the stability and the results. But I think that's one good direction to go.
Okay, any other questions? Sorry.
From before. Yeah, about the data. So there is an open endpoint. There's a demonstration endpoint. There's a GraphDB instance is actually open, and all the various searches are also open endpoints for demonstration purposes. The full data we're a little hesitant about, like exporting as a straight out complete data dump, because it has the debunking articles themselves, and we are very careful to always redirect to the original source whenever someone wants to read the articles. But it is accessible. And then the model I showed here is getting a little ahead. So a lot of it already exists in the database. It's described, and there's also a GraphQL endpoint that can be queried directly for the data. The things that are towards the end of the presentation of the actual clusters, we're still in early developing and testing and prototyping stages there, so that's not on the public endpoint. In fact, I'm working on the model right now, so it's not even finalized in an internal capacity. So, and yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Actually, this is something that I think could be very useful, because you know, most of the fact checkers, the first thing that they do when they start to fact check something is to check whether some other fact checker has already done this. This could be very useful too. And I have a quick question also. Did you think about some kind of analysis that can probably be used to forecast possible appearance of claim based on the appearance of these claims in other countries, languages, and so on? Because this could be also kind of a rapid alert system that probably the same lemon tea story or something else will come also, for example, in Bulgaria after it was appearing in other countries.
Yeah, I mean, we're a little far away from actually doing any experiments with it, but ultimately that would be the goal of this model, because the clusters already, they have important concepts to them and stuff like that, so it should be possible to build a system eventually and ask it questions such as like, I'm interested in debunks about Ukraine that haven't appeared in my country or in my source, and it would suggest like the biggest recent-ish things that aren't yet debunked by your organization or in your country or in your language, for example.
Okay, thank you. If there are no any other questions, then we can go to the other to the next presenter. It's my pleasure to introduce you Vasil Shivachev, who is Chief Operating Officer of Identrix. He has over 18 years experience in information technologies and services, having held diverse roles ranging from DevOps engineer to managing a computer retail chain. And I want to say that actually Identrix is also one of the very innovative Bulgarian companies. They are working on AI solutions, so artificial intelligence solutions for big data, employing different techniques such as text mining, sentiment analysis, NLP, of course, and so on and so on. And because nowadays, you know, AI is a very popular term, I do believe that Identrix actually puts substance in this term. So, Vasil, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I have a presentation. Could you load it? Okay, thank you. Thank you again for the invitation, and congratulations to Andrei for the excellent work so far. Looking forward to the more result of it. Okay, the resilience of the foreign authoritarian disinformation, it's hard to cover all the context behind this title here, but we will try to tell something about us in brief, general information. This is me. Todor already said about my experience and current position, so I'll skip this slide. And the company Identrix, and the Identrix is a group of companies. We are on the market more than 20 years. And we are diving deep in the media intelligence, risk intelligence industry. We are one of the biggest data collectors in the world. We collected on daily basis more than 170,000 media sources, traditional social media, blogs, forums, telegrams, also comments below articles. We work on more than 200 languages to support this operation, and because it's not enough to have your data in-house, we managed to build a tailored knowledge extraction operation with which we can extract knowledge from unstructured data. Because the key is the knowledge. Of course, all around this table, we can answer this question. The key is the knowledge, and to pursue the knowledge in this big ocean of data. Of course, we're using this world-famous GraphDB to maintain and design knowledge bases. And one of our latest, not so close to this event, services text generation and automate abstracting, that we create summaries out of the article bodies and etc. More about open source intelligence that we are operating in. We have this ecosystem that we rely on, and we have these three pillars of operation. That the first one is, as you can see on the next slide, it's raw data information collection that we collect and store and prepare for filtering and generating data, structured and unstructured data. For example, structured data would be some list of sanctioned authorities in some jurisdictions, and unstructured data would be any media sources in the world. Via API, we extract knowledge with deep learning models, and we generate signals with complicated pipelines. And this knowledge and the feedback of the curated knowledge from people we store in a knowledge base. Of course, we have our consumption pure, which is with our proprietary editorial and validation tool, and we prepare data ready for our customers. Experience fighting hate speech and propaganda. We have this brainstorming in-house, what to present in this valuable forum. And we have stopped to this very interesting solution that we've made. We all know what is disinformation, misinformation, malformation. All these are instruments for propaganda. Of course, hate speech is one of the maybe underestimated approach that media have been exploited to create some changes in narratives. we used to think that our ecosystem could be applied to any solution. So in hate speech detections, we used our ecosystem to create annotation signals or alarms to our partners, which are local media outlets and local social platforms in Bulgaria. And we work together with them to constant retrain and build better model. And we will see after this slide what we are talking about. But a little bit context before that. There are not so much researches based on comments below articles. And that's why we think that it's an underestimated issue, because this one research that I've quoted here is from 2016 year 2016, and it says that 78% of the readers have read the comments at some point. 78% are a lot of people. I'm sure that right now in these days the percentage will be much higher. Nearly 90% of the readers spent more time in the comments than reading the article. Again, back in 2016, which the research of University of Texas was made. And 32% of the readers spend same amount of time with both the article and the comments. And this is probably the core of the issue. These are numbers that are more concerning than the top one, because more than 30% of the people are trying to get more information of the story through comments. Again, more than 30% they're trying to compare their opinion of the story with the opinion of other people. And little below 30% of the people are trying to get additional updates of the story, additional reporting. So they're trying to see if the story alive and it's developing in the present. And the hate speech pattern, the way to flood the comments with hateful and controversial speech, it's opinion that leads to changing the narrative of the article. The article may be full of objective information, full of every single point of view of the information, but if in the comments the article is flooded with hateful comments, the narrative could be changed to switch to something different direction. And there is no research and statistic right now for the issue that the reading nowadays in social media, most of the people read the title and scroll down to the comments to see what's going on out there with other people. And this is an issue again for disinformation and to how to handle this opportunity for troll farms to change the narrative of the objective media, because obviously the objective media and media outlets are at the purpose of this kind of attack and vulnerability. And of course, all these media and social platforms, they not have unlimited resources for moderating. And this resource could be and should be empowered by technology, which we did with our approach. Again, I'm sorry for the little letters, but the presentation will be uploaded, as Todor said, after the event. And again, the issue that I already mentioned, that the narrative could be hijacked through the storm of hate comments. And of course, some articles generate more and more engagement, and this large amount of comments can be, and it's been used for from some troll farms and coordinate efforts for flooding with hate speech and flooding with a lot of comments. And of course, moderator and their limited resources to check all comments when they happens. As we spoke about earlier, the independent journalism is pressured by this, and of course, seeding the doubt in the comments is sometimes more important from seeding the doubts in nobody read media. And our approach, I will not give this so much technical information here, but our approach was to combine effort between our data science team and media moderators, to get this knowledge from media moderators and to build appropriate and dedicated for every our client, the different model for every our potential partner. So the data set was created within effort of the moderators, because they are the best knowledge of the issue, the best knowledge of their comments, they have it. As a result, we have a model which is verified and accepted from the moderators, and of course, the result, as you can see, is more than optimistic, more than 85% precision, if I can transfer these numbers in the percentage, for no hate comments, and more than 78% of hate comments, which means that our signals, because we are generating signals with the prediction of the machine, are getting straight to the point, and the moderators gets the signal immediately after the signal is publicated. We are not talking about any fully automated system, because obviously not any machine in the world is not immune from mistakes. So any kind of fully automated mechanism will create some kind of censorship. That's why we're using these algorithms to create this supervised approach to generate alarms and signals and etc. For possible hate speech, and the signals and alarms comes to the moderators immediately and bring their attention to this comment specifically. And of course, accept and reject the hate speech in the comment is our strategy that I've showed before for human in the loop, continuous training or active learning of the machine. So the last thing in the result, every media and every potential partner has his custom model. That's how we create especially model built especially for the case that we are looking for. And of course, what we are seeking to achieve, our continuous improvement and human in the loop strategy, which I repeated 4 times, I think, is the key point to get the models better and better, working in combination with our partners and moderators. And of course, this is a reusable approach, because it's a model that has been trained by style of the written language, and it can be used by for searching propaganda and disinformation in traditional media or social media. So the same approach could be done for custom model for example, advertising detection, because most of the outlets have this strict policy about advertisement in the comments. So this is the brief overview of our achievements so far, and I'm open to any question if you have one.
Okay, thank you very much, Vasil. So any questions? Yes, please.
Thank you for your presentation, Vasil. I was wondering how can you manage to define or to refine your algorithm in let's call them small languages like Romanian or Serbian or Hungarian or Bulgarian languages that are difficult to cope with even for Google or Twitter or other softwares.
Okay, here is one more.
Hey, so a very interesting presentation. A couple of things. I'm going to try to not be too technical, but one of the ideas that people read the comments or the title and then the comments definitely makes a lot of sense. But is there an approach to combining the comments in the actual article, so on the website that it's published on, with social media comments when the article is posted? And well, I'm also curious about the hate speech detection and when it starts bleeding into illegal speech or calls to violence or that kind of stuff, whether you've done any work in that direction.
Okay.
Thank you. Again, first the question of our Romanian colleague. The hard work is done already. The type of the model, the type of the algorithms that the model should include are chosen, and if I may say, architecture work is done. So the other things that we need to build model for any language in the world is dataset. Dataset which is strictly combining either the hate speech comments with no hate speech comments, if we're talking about hate speech. If we're talking about some other perspective of the moderating and keeping comments hygiene, probably. Again, advertisement, hate speech, propaganda, all could be done with the appropriate dataset.
Just a short comment. I was asking this because we saw in the last, let's say, 10, 12 years, this behavior from many of the commentators in some of the largest online outlets in Romania, in order to avoid the mechanisms of those websites and still be able to spread their nonsenses, hate speech, curses, and so on and so forth. They are simply they are simply mistyping the words, you know, instead of just typing fuck, they are typing f.u.c. or fuck, and so on and so forth. And this is driving us crazy. For example, I mean, it's impossible to stop them to define some keywords that should send that message directly to the recycle bin.
Yeah, really straight to the point comment. That's why we're talking about style-based model, because the example that you give us would be, 10 years ago could be worked by keywords. Fucking sorry about the word, but these days everyone are self-censoring themselves, and that's why the model should be learned with a lot of examples and should be tuned to locating style of the written language, not the exact word, but how the word is presented in the sentence, and etc., etc. It's a lot of technical background here, because we work with really knowledgeable data scientists among the team of moderators, both in social platforms or media outlets. So this is the approach that we rely on, because obviously the keyword approach is not working these days. Vlado, the other Vasil, Vlado wants to add something.
Just to add something, the way we are doing it, we are using a relatively big training data set of almost 500,000 examples. So the machine, in a way, self-trains to recognize hate speech without certain keywords to be required. So this is the way we avoid this type of cheating the system. And I would like to add some additional context to this problem, like except of spreading disinformation, hate speech, etc. This was used by I'm not sure how to call them, but by certain parties in a way to censor media, because in Bulgaria there is a commission which is against discrimination. So what they do, they go to media publications, they publish really hateful speech against Roma minorities, and after that they signal the state that this media actually is not distributing that. The other exploit is that media, because like traditional media, they don't have enough resources to monitor all of this, especially because, you know, business models change, and this is for the past 10 years. They don't have enough moderators to monitor all of that. So this became a huge problem to censor media here and just to plant this really bad content within media. So this is how we started to work with media and the big online communities in order to help them, in a way, protect themselves from the state. And then at the end to improve the quality of the discourse which is happening on their property. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Vlado. Yeah. Do you want to add something? Yeah, Andrei has 2 questions also. So, Vlado has his experience in media. So, his experience is. Thank you for the example. About social media, we don't recognize as an issue to classify comments in social media. We don't recognize as an issue to find out which comment in social media is hate or not hate speech. But as we all can agree, the issue here is how to get to these comments, because obviously Facebook are not very reliable on this. It's a software for their behavior, but of course this kind of model, if you have the data, this kind of model could work with this kind of content. But the issue is how to get this data and how to do it legally, because and I think we quite have answered about the aggressive comments, the second question, and the models do this hateful speech, and all the as Vlado says, all the examples are built by the corpus of data that we get from the outlet. We don't invent in Bulgarian warm water. We get the data, we annotate it together with the outlet or the social platform, and we build model that that they can rely on.
Okay, thank you very much. As we advance with the time, I'll present our last presenter. Actually, he is not here. He will be online. Please, could you connect Christos? Christos Gavalas from, he's a business development manager at the Innovation Lab of the Athens Technology Center. So some of you probably know ATC for being the technological partner of EDMO. Christos is a digital and data journalist, and I like very much what he writes for himself in his LinkedIn, so I'll cite. He's working to incorporate computational advances into newsrooms so that they operate more efficiently, knowing that this won't replace the need for qualified human storytelling. So, Christos, the floor is yours.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you clearly.
Yes. So, good afternoon, and thank you for having me. I represent ATC, as you said. And the interesting thing is that I'm a journalist. So I want to approach today's meeting by exactly advocating that the tools are increasingly important, and I'm going to be presenting our tool, our collaborative platform. But at the end of the day, you know, humans are going to make decisions, and this is something we should not forget, and we should not underestimate. Now, ATC, people need to know real fast that it's an IT medium-sized company in Greece with a global outlook, for sure, and it has played an important role in providing custom tools for the fight against disinformation. As we all know, disinformation is a great problem, and what is a very big problem of our times, and what is interesting about this meeting today is that the actors that are take part in this phenomenon are many, and many are very powerful, I would say. So the only way to go about solving problems is by building strong communities. Is through collaboration. We can't just. It's impossible for a single or just a few organizations or entities to counter this attacks by themselves. So let me briefly open my presentation and share it with you, and I hope you'll be able to take a look. Okay. I believe you're able to see now. An outline of ATC, as I said.
No, we are not seeing it. No? Still, we're seeing you. Ah, yes, it comes.
Okay, there you go. So as I said, ATC is a smart business enabler, but media plays a huge role in its activities, and the key thing is that we have recognized that the need for to support the need for support to communities with technological tools around disinformation for over 10 years. And with the great help of the European Union, which we greatly thank, of course, we were the first to identify the need to assess social media content and the trustworthiness of the information that people read. We participated in the social censor project, and after that into the Reveal project, and we improved our services. We extended our collaborations, and together with Deutsche Welle, we of course, an additional support by the Google Digital News initiatives, we created a collaborative platform called Truly Media. It's a fact-checking tool, and people should think of it, and journalists and researchers should think of it as a platform in which you have everything all in the same environment to conduct collaborative work. So, of course, the point is to verify stuff, as you see, is the third step in our process. But you first have to find some information and organize it and talk it over and discuss about it. That's the point I wanted to make, because and the tools are important. Any tool that we have and our distinguished guests have are very, very important, and we are incorporating tools in the platform, and we keep dynamically work on further enhancing the platform. But to collaboratively work is very important, and we'll see how that happens. And secondly, we have Truthness, as I said. This is a deep analytics Twitter analytics tool, and we measure, as we say, we can't just say if something is true just simply by the word truth, but if we say we offer a nest of information, that is a better depiction of the situation, because we provide several measures, measurable data of each account's activity, network, and influence, and then we let people decide what is true and what is false. Now, this is the real fast. I don't want to tire you, because I know it's the end of the day, but in the last session probably, but. Real fast, this is the dashboard that a team of researchers can see, and once logged in. We had the login. We had implemented the Twitter login, but recently we are going to work on changing this. So you provide an email and you get a password. You enter the platform, and then there's a few things that you need to remember. Find information. How you do that? You type your search on the queries widget, as you see. This is based on what social media you pick. Social media platform: Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, or Google, or any other platform that we are working on integrating. The parameters are changing. So instead of typing in each according social media platform outside of Truly Media, you're typing your search there, and you set your own filtering parameters based on each social media's differences, so you don't have to look for specifications, how Google recognizes my search or how Twitter does that. You should only click the corresponding buttons. So information comes up, and you can copy and paste all of your findings, the findings that you decide are important, into collections. This is the second step. because you as a researcher know what you're researching for. Probably Ukraine war is a very journalistic topic, but it's anybody's guess. You can set a topic and you can include your findings, your social media, but not just social media, because you can, as you can see, you can add other content manually. You can upload PDF files, you can upload CSV files, any file you want, pictures you have on your desktop. I mean, it's as if you are on Facebook. Even you can then discuss about it. Each item has the possibility to be annotated. You can add tags. You can add. You can search for your colleagues. There's even that social wall up on the right hand side, on the upper right hand side, where you can just discuss anything you find within your group. And then the third part is, of course, some of the items won't be able to be verified. You will discuss, as someone said before, it might need a phone call to someone to just say, is this true? You don't need technology anytime, all the time, but maybe you need it. So in that case, we see a post that was published on Twitter, and this is a plane that allegedly, that's a plane from Nepal. This was a very tragic story from Nepal the other day. And so it's a video showing that airplane getting crashed. So without further ado, you open up your tool set. As you see, you can take a closer look. If I did a very detailed demo, you would I would be able to speak more in detail about the tools that open up right now. But in essence, you can run instantly a reverse image search and get informed right away that this is a story that happened 10 years ago and not recently. So instantly, that's how technology helps journalists with the press of a button, really, without needing to search further outside of that platform that you have. Or you can run a deepfake analysis with videos that have faces. This is a president of the United States. He's been talking about, this is, I believe it's a White House video, but it drew a lot of attention and a lot of criticism because he doesn't seem to blink. His eyes are not blinking, so his critics said it's a false video. He was saying that whoever stands against the police cannot be pro-democratic. So we run an automatic function, and you get the very quick assessment. It is a real video indeed. In that case, only 12% fake probability. It's not like that all the time. You might run into a situation where that percentage is 45% or 50%. So, but it's a first good answer you can get from the platform. Now, you can also cross-check an emergent rumor. There is a database of known fakes. Ontotech spoke more in detail about that, but we have integrated that also. And by clicking on a word, you're filling in a word, and you get results on whether that story or that word, where it appeared, and what type of fact checks have been written about that, so you don't do double work. And then the third thing that another thing that I would like to briefly address is our aggregation services. because up till now, what we're talking about is, researchers typing in, sort of trying to find what is fishy out there and create corresponding collections and organize their work. But what if you want to let the system and our algorithms work for you? So we create aggregations, tailor-made aggregations for journalists or researchers around the topic, for instance, COVID-19. We ask the system to bring us all the results from specific sources, specific web sources, blog sources, but also social media sources that have, again, particular words that we care. So we name COVID-19 vaccine. We give it a title, and then we make adjustments into the service, what type of results we want to get, and then the user can see the results, filter them out by sentiment, the type, popular hashtags, most mentioned entities, and so on and so forth. And he can get insights, insightful information. For instance, if a topic, maybe you want to see if a topic gains more attention as days go by, and that tells you that you need to move in more resources into that topic, more journalists or more researchers into that topic, or you need to slow down because it hasn't been so intense lately. Also, the trends are another tab that you can make use of. It collects results from each day that the aggregation works, and it gives you back again sentiment, hashtags, persons, and so on and so forth. And it can give you substantial information. For instance, as we see here, the defender, I believe, is the hashtag that topped on the 10th and the 11th of February very recently. This is a show that is dedicated to children's health, and they were talking about vaccinations. They were talking about, I believe, it was a Pfizer vaccine, a story that gained ground. So you get, without having seen the show, you know that this is making headlines because not just because it's topping that small list, but because the aggregation didn't bring real results. One day back and one day after the show. So it must have been significant. Maybe that's something that journalists and researchers care to know. Also, the possibility to examine the network of the sources. So as I was saying before, we have that service that's named TruthNest, and anytime a Twitter account appears in one of your searches or one of your aggregations, you can click on the icon and get an analysis. And if you open up that window, it tells you what account, which of the possible accounts are the most malicious. Well, not malicious, but the most critical players, I would say. So in that instance, that guy in the middle is talking to most of the people that have been detected talking about the issue. So he must be critical. And if you click on his face, you start getting, well, this is another account, but I'm just saying you would be receiving his profile analysis, the indication of whether he's false or if he's true, and the reasoning behind that. So for instance, this profile here, we get the information right away that the probability of being a bot is not so high, but see, there's no rest during the night. Isn't it bizarre? And this is the corresponding chart that shows what's going on. You know, he's been posting on during the night. So this wraps up my presentation. I believe I was right on time, and I didn't tire you more. And I'm open to any questions that I might be able to answer. Again, I'm a journalist. I help ATC push these platforms to newsrooms, to researchers, because we believe that by providing modern, collaborative working environments, we help them detect disinformation more easily.
Thank you, Christos. Yes, I do believe it's useful. It could be useful not only for fact checkers and other kind of researchers, but also for a broader group of people dealing with disinformation and propaganda. I can imagine, for example, in some embassies using it for press clipping or something similar. But I have a question, a short question before to ask the audience also. Did you have any services for identifying inauthentic behavior in the search results that are produced after you make some query?
So if we're talking about Twitter, that service is up and running still. We're waiting to see. So each result that pops up from Twitter, each item, each result in the aggregation, if you click on the name of the account, you instantly get the analysis that I've just shown. So this is our tool. Other than this, we give all the opportunities to annotate content, to tag the content so that maybe a colleague of ours really understands that whoever wrote that story or that Facebook post is named, any name, and he's going to be notified to search for him and his validity. So that's why I said it's very critical to remember that without the hard work and the mental work and the assessment of the human mind, this platform cannot flourish. I'm pretty accurate with what I say. We need people to collaborate. We need people to talk about what they read, what they find, and only by doing this they can take advantage of the power of the system. Of course, they can run standalone investigations without anybody, but this is a platform that people need to work collaboratively as part of the fact-checking operation. Because what is fact-checking after all? Fact-checking is out there since the beginning of journalism. We were not saying it's fact-checking, but we were saying we need to check the facts. And in Germany, we had Der Spiegel early on to do that, a specific desk that was doing that, and in the States as well. But we didn't have social media. It's as if we give tools to investigators. People are doing investigative work in journalism before the American elections of 2016, So now they are able to get more tools in their hands and take advantage of them. But without them talking and exchanging views, we're not really talking about a serious verification, because we can't just press a button and define if an item is false. This is like, it's very difficult. And it only applies in certain cases.
Agree.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions to Christos from the audience here? Or maybe people are quite tired already. It was a long time.
Yes, I know they're tired.
Thank you. So thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much, Christos, once again, and
Thank you very much.
thank you all the people that were with us today here, and some of them online also. So thank you very much, and I want lastly to thank also our support team, both from CSD and also our technical team here, from who and our translators also, who help us to make this event a reality. Thank you very much, all of you. Thank you.